Welcome to today's session of Viewer Levels. Before we get to the first submission in the queue, which will be from Glitch 9700, we're going to take a look at Short Fuse Football by Big Red Boy, which seems to be an appropriate selection in advance of the Euro 2020 final later on tomorrow if it is nighttime for you, and later today if it is heading into the morning. It's a rejected 5YMM level, or so he claims, that was posted on the second anniversary of the release of Mario Maker 2, with 6 rooms, 1 checkpoint, 1 secret checkpoint, and a super secret boss. We might not do all of the secret hunting now, since this is just going to be a warm-up run. We'll just do a run through the level and see how we're doing for time, and possibly go back to it later for some additional coming. So anyway, welcome in both the Glitch and Male64 and the party of 24 that has come in with Grakowski, bringing, of course, some kind of gigantic puzzle crew. So yeah, we just started up, everybody who's coming in, and hello to Cherry. Good to see you here as well. Grakowski, of course, one of the very distinctive puzzle makers in the game, as well as a very good puzzle streamer in his own right. Coming in with quite a crew today. So yeah, we just started. The queue is wide open. Let's get going. Yeah, Male64, thank you for what seems to be the latest version of Dual Oasis. Looking forward to seeing that next, after Glitch's level. Okay, so looks like we're dealing with a short fuse here that's going to involve the bomb that's going to be kicked over to the right. The bomb is going to run into the piranha. And yeah, we just need to kick that can down the road until we break the scroll on the right side. I think that's the implication here. Although, of course, we'll need to push our way through that instead of landing directly on the muncher. And Chichiri beefed up your viewers quite a bit. Well, thank you, Chichiri, for doing that and giving Grakowski some attention. And possibly bringing him a pretty decent selection of makers as well. We need to go a little faster to do that. Now, depending on whether we can enter the yellow pipe, I can already see why Big Red Boy would have described this as an idea that was scratched for a 5YMM, just given the possible presence of... no, it's just a reset. So never mind that. Resets are going to be just fine here. As long as we don't just bluff that right away. Zolly King, welcome. Thank you for submitting Clouds of P. Yeah, we'll need to push that bomb a little bit better, I think, just to get it into position. But backing off slightly after that, I mean, having the scroll break is going to push us forward at some indeterminate speed, which will, yeah, just to make sure I get across that upper platform quickly enough to make everything else happen here. So I bopped the bomb from underneath. The bomb is going to go to the right, is going to head over to the munchers there. I believe it's going to probably bounce its way down to the on-off switch, but let's... Ah, I see. No, you need to jump up towards it and then kick it over. And we probably don't want to do that, though. Let's see if we can... Okay, I see. So you can't get into that platform either, but I should be able to hit, I think. No, I need to reset and go immediately towards the bomb off the platform. That's what it is. And maybe kick that a little more accurately. Okay, kick, kick. Yeah, still overshooting that slightly instead of pulling back. Second kick is going to be fairly accurate, but we do need to cut a bit of momentum. There we go. And miss. Yeah, just hesitated slightly on that, but I should be able to hit the bomb towards the piranhas, land beside the bomb, and then kick it over slowly. Well, not slowly, but kick it over accurately over to the on-off switches. This will take a little bit of practice, it seems. You like this idea of bomb and kickball? Yeah, it's a pretty good idea. Certainly hoping that's, well, depending on the favoritism of the crowd here, whether you are supporting England or Italy or something in between, we'd better hope for some good football to look a little better than this tomorrow. Am I a professional voice actor or announcer? I am not. I've been asked that many times. I've been asked whether I do radio, whether I could perhaps do a Mario Maker show for NPR. My answer is I'd love to, but please ask NPR. And thank you so much for the resub, Krakowski. Whoops. And yeah, I know I run at a really sort of unreasonable time, but that you manage to catch the VODs from time to time anyway, so... let's pull back a little bit. So yeah, Zelda King, to go back to your question, I do have a bit of a public speaking background, but it is not anything theatrical. But I'm glad people like the commentary. It seems to be something that we get them pretty decent feedback about on the stream, so I'm glad it's working out. I'm having a surprising amount of trouble just pulling back there in time when I'm rushing towards that one. It's very clear what I have to do here. Yeah, pull back. Up we go. And kick it to the right. Kick it to the left. And yeah, no, I just needed to have a little bit of a jump there to kick it. If I just jump against a wall, that will be fine. I had plenty of time to do it. Time was not the issue. And let's continue. Okay. Up we go. And there we go. Then we are under a little bit of time pressure to get over to the next segment. That's fine. This looks like it's probably a reset pipe in its own right. Let's check that just to be absolutely sure. It is a reset. And look at the shared reset room with 4 separate pipes all going to the same place. Thank you so much for the follow. So yeah, if we hit the blocks that are underneath the piranha plant, that's going to drop the bomb. The bomb is going to drop between the other 2 piranha plants, but then that means that it can be kicked over to the lower location, I think. Let's try to map this out here, because it's also something that can be kicked over to the munchers on the right side. So for example, if we jump off the bomb now, and then hit the block, and then launch it over, well, eventually we want to... Well, let's see what this launches first. We can always... it's going to be a vine, of course, because everything is resettable. I should have guessed that. Yeah, no, that was actually fairly guessable, because we know that this room is built to be completely resettable. And so there was really no mystery there in terms of what was going to come out of that block. And up we go. Oh, whoops. SDGML, welcome. And SDGML, yeah, we're doing alright. We played some of those birthday contest levels that were done in your honor when they showed up as submissions to my stream yesterday. I had a word with Supernova about the etiquette of giving away a lady's age. And we killed far too many Yoshis, I'm afraid to report. No spoilers, because you haven't seen them yet. Alright, so, well, you know we killed some Yoshis. That's, I think, enough information to go on. Yeah, Grokowski, apparently I was told that it's not actually SDGML's birthday yet, but that these were levels that were prepared for a contest that will eventually be bundled together as a bit of a birthday special. But anyway, happy birthday in advance. Oops. Push that. And around. Whoops. Let's get the basic jumps down. Oh, don't worry, they weren't required. They were totally gratuitous. The Yoshi deaths were totally unnecessary acts of violence. Whoops. And actually, Grokowski, it's funny that you say that it's rescinded. Because, of course, your Yoshi levels tend to be fairly gentle when it comes to keeping Yoshi alive. Okay, so, what do we want to do here? We want to kick the bomb. If I drop the bomb immediately and then I hit the block... no, that's not going to be it. But I should be able to bounce it. I'm thinking about how the kick is going to happen, because I think I need to get the first bounce first before we hit the question block down below. Whoops, let's try this again. And, yep, there we go. Always looks a little bit risky there with how close we're coming to the piranhas. Alright, let's look at this a little more carefully. We probably need to jump on top of the bomb and then continue over. Yeah, let's knock it down first. Jump on top of it instead of climbing the vine, and then use the jump on top of it to head over to the right side. No, I needed to kick it first, because if I kick the bomb, then it will go down to the blue platform if I kick it to the right. If I kick it and just kind of tap it using the vine, then I can continue, wrap around, go to the lower platform, and then kick it some more as the platform goes down. I think that's going to be the concept here. Whoops. And hey, Mamuga, welcome. And over we go. Whoops. So yeah, apparently according to the level description, there are a total of 6 rooms. We see, of course, 4 different rooms that can hit the reset pipe, as well as some that, like this one here, used a reset door. So we are roughly at the halfway point so far, but could be doing a little bit better. There's something weird that you noticed. Okay, I mean, there is supposedly some kind of secret as well, so... L64, that could be related, unless you're just talking about a very unconventional interaction. Like this thing over here? Nope. Okay, I think it is going to be dropping this first. Jumping the bomb, kicking it to the right. Hang on. No, that's not going to be it. I need it to probably reorder that a little bit. Because the bomb maybe can't be lowered into that position. Yeah, I haven't quite mapped out what I'm going to be doing in the room, of course, apart from needing to use the bomb to get all the way over to the scroll break on the right side. And yeah, Glitch, I was thinking about that as well. That may be a good observation there. That's kicking it to the left may in fact be the thing you need to do, because it's clearly not going to fall into that one tile gap when you do try to project it to the right. Unless it's supposed to go over to Munchers on the upper stack, and I don't think it is, by the looks of it. But Mail64, the more paths you make in a level, the more versus plays it gets. That's interesting. I mean, I guess multiple path concepts are something that have some potential in versus in terms of people actually having some room to move around. I don't know, I don't really follow the versus meta very closely, so not something I'm very attentive to. So Glitch, you're thinking kicking to the left. I don't know about that, because it looks like the bomb would just come down here and fall into the pit, unless it's going to come down to the platform here. If it comes down to the platform here, then I can go back, kick it to the right, and then come down and kick it further. And yeah, actually, because it will cut its way under the piranha plants, and then the bullet blaster falling onto the piranha plants is what's going to blow up the bomb. Which doesn't explain to me what's going on with the coin trail up top. That seems to be implying some other method, so... So yeah, let's consider that, actually. Yeah, if I do that a little bit faster, that would actually be doable. I needed enough time for one additional kick, and that path looks like it is going to be good. No. Well, I mean, I can't just reset through the pipe if I really felt like it. Yeah, because Mail64, the idea is that the versus levels kind of track their own likes and boos, and basically ratings that allow the community to determine whether something is going to be versus appropriate. And I don't really play it either. I've never really had the connection to have a reasonable matchup versus, so it's not something I know much about at all either. There we go. Ah, I see. So the idea is that you need to come up here in order to break through all of that and hit a checkpoint. Here it looks like I am able to get up to the top layer. I probably don't want to do that yet. It looks like I'll need to drop this platform. If I drop this platform, the Munchers prevent me from coming over here, which means that in the future, if I come back to the left side and go up top, I will need to use the spring. So if I drop the bomb and punch it to the right side... No, I should punch it to the left side, because that's going to spring it upwards. Right? Let's... Well, no, let's not do that. That's clearly just for the bomb. Let's rethink that a little bit. Yeah, it looks like we can actually go over. And then we need to kind of sneak underneath, I think, and project it to the right side, which will be a little bit tricky here. Unless, of course, we just drop the bomb off the claw and land directly on top of it without hitting the platform. No, we won't get close enough to do that. King Brock, welcome. Let's see here, because... Yeah, I need to kind of jump to the left of it, but then I need to hang right and get back onto the platform. I'm just sort of testing this out to see what the spacing is going to be like. Yeah, I need to do that a little bit faster, but then that is going to be the general idea, as long as I don't just run into the bomb head first. Yeah, just need to aim that a little bit more accurately. But I think I do see how this is supposed to go. Whoops, no. That was an accidental input. A little too slow still. And Grakowski, thank you for the submission of Small Like a Ball. Nope, once again. Tapping my D-pad a little bit aggressively, perhaps. Yeah, I need to jump directly up there instead of going to the platform down low. I don't know why I have a habit of going to the lower platform first, when that's clearly the way to do it, and the lower platform is to get you through. Okay, we have a throw marker over here, probably involving the spring. If we go and crouch underneath the conveyor, we can take the spring and then probably throw that to maneuver the bomb through to the right side. Nope. Not like that, of course. That probably contains a vine as well, just for the resetability. Let's just take the spring with us from the very start. Shortcut this slightly. Not like that. Let's think about this. Yes, actually, we do want it like that. We want to drop the spring into that location so we can project the bomb upwards once we jump on it. So that is, in fact, what I want. And then I need to duck under that quickly enough so I can get back up to the bomb from underneath and then project that to the right side. Okay, let's do this. And yeah, don't worry too much about the queuing order glitch. Grakowski also has sub-privileges, I believe, so... but of course, if you want to create some kind of bargain among yourselves, you feel welcome to do that as well. Okay, so over here, it looks like we have another throw that's going to be coming. If you hit the block, the bomb is going to spring all the way upwards with a certain timing. The idea is that you hit this, and then you throw to kick this over. Whoops. But then you need to do so with the kind of timing that would allow the bomb to land directly on top and land on the upper level. Okay. Nope. Yeah, luckily we have a very convenient reset for this one, because the timing may take just a little bit to work out. Couple of attempts here and there. No, I actually need to jump into it after doing all that. That's the thing, is that I do need to do the midair kick after I throw the spring, so... not like that. But yeah, I do have to use the trampoline throw in conjunction with midair kick in order to have everything go as planned. Let's go back and try it again. There we go. Yes, good. Wasn't totally sure that would be within range. There are some 1-ups for Endless. Now, apparently there were secrets in this level that we didn't come close to actually scanning for, so... Let's see what this is all about. It looks like we have some snake blocks here that may or may not be movable. Whoops, no, let's not do that. was really quite unfortunate. That's okay. Yeah, that kind of thing just happens from time to time. It's just how we play when experimentation goes a little too far. Nope. We know that's not the way to do it. Yeah, I mean, we see all the solution pathways at this point. It's just the execution. Nope. I kind of like how the timing is set up just so the prospect of falling onto that lower platform is kind of just out of range when it comes to the timing. The bomb just barely doesn't go far enough to complete everything you wanted to do. Okay, back over we go. No, we missed. Okay. Try it again. And Furia, welcome. Back over. Nope. Thought I would be able to kick it from below, but our timing was slightly off that time. And yeah, SDA, glad you liked the lurk command. I finally put one in because people just started using the lurk command whether I had a response to that or not. And then now that I have the lurk command, people are starting to use the unlurk command, which I don't actually have a script for just yet, but I should remember to put one in case anybody needs to decloak from time to time. Always interesting to see which commands people expect are just going to be in place on a Twitch channel. SD, I don't know if you've ever tried our uptime command as well. I think you would get a kick out of the uptime command on this stream. Okay, through we go. Nope. Yeah, should put in a few more undocumented commands from time to time just to see if people are going to bother discovering them. There we go. One more kick. And yeah, let's not make a mess out of this time. Interesting implication here that dropping down in the middle is going to be the speed route, apparently. So yeah, we didn't end up finding any secrets, but there's a short fuse football. Let's get to the queue. For anybody who is new here, our typical order is alternation between next and sub-next. We sometimes make a few manual adjustments to that, depending on whether there are too many repetitions, rather, or anything like that, so... Let me just check how we're doing, in fact. No, Glitch, I'm fine with taking yours. We'll get to Krakowski's pretty quickly, actually. Because Glitch, since you're already a sub, we'll treat yours as a sub next. We'll go next after that, and then Krakowski will probably be third anyway, so it's not going to be too much of a wait, of course, unless we take a Glitch boss level that takes an hour to do, or something like that. And Brandon Levels, thank you for the submission. As well as anybody else that I missed and failed to acknowledge earlier on. So yeah, we, I don't think I'd actually seen the shooter tag used very often. We'd seen, of course, the early version of Antivator Antics. A sequel no one asked for. I think we actually did play the previous one, didn't we? The previous... Don't touch a coin? Maybe we did. Let's take this one, perhaps. World record held by Wes Second, also another streamer, a good friend of our stream as well. So yeah, a sequel no one asked for. Better not touch the coins. Let's take it. Okay, so this is going to be Night Castle. We can swim, we can take the Shelmet, and we can also hit this and hope that it's not a coin. Cursed Key. Okay, so, well, we hit some coins. But there's not going to be any kind of check for this sort of coin. It's not going to be something counter-based, so let's hope that the Shelmet isn't mandatory. It may very well be. Oh, okay, no. I remember this. This kind of setup, rather. I remember the original version of what you were trying to do with this, I think. No, the Shelmet isn't mandatory, but it's going to help a bit with the Boom Boom, perhaps. Yeah, because I remember that the original version of this didn't have the Phanto, I think. But I also know what's going on with the setup. So if it's anything like the previous level, how this works is that you do need to hit the P-switch in order to get through the final door. However, the P-switch is going to convert any of the remaining coins into blocks that create spawn blocking. And if any of the coins are missing, then the spawn blocking fails and then you die after the key door. That's... whoops. How it's going to go. Yeah, because otherwise, of course, if you take the key, you can just go for the door right away and go for the P-switch. We actually can do that. We don't, I think, strictly need to take Boom Boom out. Because we do have an access to a key already, unless, of course, there's going to be a second key check later on. And Furia, congratulations on getting past that roadblock you had in Hollow Knight previously and completing it at last. Nope, we accidentally took the key. Let me see, just first of all, if there is going to be a second key check on Boom Boom. I don't think there is. We are going to die to this, though. Yes, there is going to be a second key check that's at the very end, so we do need to kill Boom Boom as well as keep the Phanto key. Now, in terms of the priority order for how those keys are spent, I don't actually know how they are spent in sequence, like whether Phanto's key is going to be expended first, or something else is going to happen. Whoops. Okay, let's just take the death here, or just reset. Priority is Phanto goes first, okay. And yeah, Furia, I think you'll find very quickly that Hollow Knight has a gigantic post-game. I mean, I played quite a lot of that game, up to about 90%, I think, and there's still tons of stuff that I never did. Nope. Need to get into position a little better with our swimming here. And yeah, the keys are ordered, but if you have... unless you are mixing the standard key and the cursed key, the order in this game is never going to matter, right? So I didn't really remember that rule off the top of my head. Whether it's first in, first out, as seems to be the case, or whether it's something else. I feel like that's the kind of thing I would have picked up by now if I were playing more things like Trolls, for instance, or more Phanto levels in general, which are kind of a rarity in this game to some extent. You don't really see that many people make good use of Phanto. And yeah, Hollow Knight did have a significant number of post-game updates, but the post-game updates didn't cover that much new territory. I think that's what Mela is getting at. That they were more about introducing additional fights, not additional spaces. If that makes sense. So definitely more geared towards people who were into the combat challenge side of the game rather than opening up new areas. But in my experience, when it comes to Metroid-style games and post-patch downloadable content, that it can be hard to integrate new zone content in a way that feels seamless because the interlocking structure of the older zones is already kind of fairly tightly tuned. And yeah, Feria, I know exactly what you're talking about the sadness of that one particular character's fate. Whoops. Okay, we're going to have to dodge a little better than this. I do like that center area in terms of creating enough space to swim around a bit without risking too much contact with the coins, but obviously we need to figure out the dodging pattern a little bit more accurately. Okay, let's see if we can lead Boom Boom down, first of all, and on top. There we go. Now, if we get Boom Boom down below, the successive hits are actually relatively easy to come by. We just need to drop him down once again. Drop him down twice. Nope, not quite. And you're saying the center area is a necessity when doing the setup in order to place Boom Boom? Yeah, I can see that, given that it is going to be his initial spawn location. We can be using a little bit more left to right movement just to place Boom Boom somewhere a little more advantageous, but let's bring him down somehow. The reason you remade these this level is that it had Roy originally, and he can get killed with the P-switch. Right, with the coins. I don't remember if I played that version specifically. I think maybe I did, but... yeah, I do know I played an early version of this concept. But I can see that, of course, if you go with Winged Boom Boom here, then you don't run into some of the same potential problems with overlaps. I played the first one exactly, yeah, because I think that the hard mode here, of course, is the introduction of Phanto of the Cursed Key, right? Like, I don't remember Phanto being an element with the previous one. Right, because as you said, it was just with Boom Boom. Let's restart. Okay, let's give this another go. And yeah, for this level here, with the addition of Phanto as a complication, I do appreciate the Shelmet as that additional buffer. I think it is pretty necessary just to give you a little bit more of a safety margin for mistakes. It's given how much incoming damage you could potentially be dealing with. Okay, getting closer. Let's lead Boom Boom down if we can. Nope. Kind of a bad bump over there. Yeah, for anybody new to the queue, I don't keep to a strict time limit per level. We get enough of a combination of short and long releases, though, that usually things balance out. And I typically get to everybody who is in the queue, although yesterday was actually kind of an unprecedented interruption at the very end, so... can't promise that 100% of the time, but we try to do as much as we can to make sure everybody does, in fact, get played. But yeah, we're getting close here. I mean, we really just needed to get that third hit on Boom Boom, which I'd positioned myself a little bit better to catch him on the way back up. Could have been done. There we go. Sneaking around him like that is going to work out somewhat nicely. It's just that when Boom Boom goes all the way back up top, I kind of get put back into a much worse position. Because, yeah, you do need to lead him down a little bit. Let him drop. Whoops, nope. Stayed a little bit too tight. A little bit close to him. You had an idea for a third version of this, but you're happy it didn't work out. I'm kind of curious, even if you aren't building it. I mean, I guess if it's a particularly unreliable idea that you had in mind, or something that was just maybe a little too unfair. Yeah, the gating mechanism that is built for this is fundamentally pretty versatile, though. Can definitely squeeze quite a lot out of this kind of challenge room. Nope, Phanto is, of course, not somebody who's going to be deterred by the helmet. Whoops. Yeah, not going to be able to catch Boom Boom on that pass. Let's... to catch him on the way up, which I've not been able to do for the third hit. The idea broke the level, I see. Probably something with the P-switch interaction again, I'm guessing, or something else. Nope. Yeah, Phanto really does complicate things here. As does my swim speed, which... yeah, oh, nope, hit a coin at the very end, but that was a bit of a bad swim anyway. Yeah, if I can catch Boom Boom's upswing accurately after landing a hit, it's possible to get this done fairly quickly. It's just that sometimes his upswing is going to come along a trajectory that's going to be difficult to follow unless we run into a coin, which of course we must not do, so... let's let him swing back down, swim up quickly, and yeah, okay, that's a bit of a close shave there. We are going to take a hit after all, but... whoa, whoops. And okay, you don't want to spoil the concept that you had for part 3. Yeah, that's fine. I'm sure we'll see it eventually if you do manage to make it function somehow, so always good to keep a couple of ideas in your pocket. Okay, let's get zoned out by Phanto, apparently. Nope. Nope. Yeah, controlling the swim speed here in terms of rising and sinking is, of course, a pretty big part of this kind of swimming challenge. You get access to all this space, but you need to control your acceleration. Now you have a new evil idea. Interesting. Yeah, as I was saying when I was playing part 1 of this concept, though, it's definitely a pretty interesting idea to do a don't touch the coin gate in a way that's, I think, much more elegant than a lot of similar setups for this kind of level that don't quite work the same way. We need to lead him down quite a bit further. Just get a sweep. I feel like I need to maybe use my left to right movement a little bit more just to get Boom Boom to sweep a little bit differently. And not bump him, of course. Okay. Doing much better, and of course we hit a coin at the very end. So, unfortunately, that is going to be death, but... And, Meng, I see that you're well ahead in terms of the evil leaderboard here. When it comes to variations on this concept that are a little too imaginative for their own good. Whoops. Got 2 hits quickly, but yeah, we really do need to watch the bounce when we swing quickly for a 3rd hit. Supernova says, "You're a hammer bro in the cloud." Why, thank you. I'm glad we're all in it together. Whoop. Nope. Just totally out of position for that. Nope. That's not going to go. Alright, Shelmet again. You don't know why you're thinking of more ways to make this horrible? I know exactly why you're thinking of more ways to make it horrible. Clearly you want to see it happen. Whoops. No. Yeah, definitely Phanto introduces quite an element of chaos to this. Yeah, I was trying to get out of that location there. I did see that upswing coming, but I just didn't have a lot of room to move here. So, let's try this once again. I do like how the key collection works as a bit of a required and active moment at the very beginning. That also gives you a sense of what you're in for. Yeah, that was not going to go. Unfortunately, if you are a little out of position when swimming, sinking just takes far too long. And that is sometimes enough to get you into a losing position. Whoops. Takes far too long to go down. Yeah, because the way that the the way that key spawns here is something that is immediately clear in terms of telling you what you're going to have to deal with. The coin gate, of course, is something that the players will have to see for themselves, at least the first time, until they understand it, but I guess if they just kind of take the instruction on faith as well, that works out well enough. Nope. Once again, had the accidental coin collection off at the bounce when going for that quick lower bounce. Yeah, it feels like staying in this middle area, though, is going to be the method. I really don't think that we're going to be aiming for much more playable space than that. Okay, once again. Big fat no here. Nope, he's not going to go down far enough. Now, Phanto is going to track me a little bit. I should not remain in one place for too long. That's part of the problem that we've been running into, in fact. Phanto does kind of enforce that you need to stay a little bit mobile. Whoops, okay, that's not going to be great. Nope. Yeah, I mean, there's only so much I can do to actually manipulate Boom Boom's movement. There is, I think, a certain amount of RNG when it comes to that swoop. Sometimes it is a matter of just surviving until you have one round where he just goes conveniently low enough. Okay, there we go. Good position there. Let's drop immediately so we don't hang around Phanto too long. Okay, that's not going to go. So the other thing is that we need to read quickly when we know that something is unlikely to be a position that will lead to victory. Nope. Nope. None of these are quite what I'm looking for. Okay. Got sandwiched. Yeah, surprisingly difficult to land that third hit cleanly. Andy Mocha, welcome. Yeah, of course, the problem with two Boom Booms as well is the clarity of who's holding the key. Unless you just have more keys than doors and make that optional, but I think sometimes it's a little bit difficult to communicate. Yeah, I wasn't totally dead yet at that point, after the first hit, but I think that was a bad enough start that we may as well just have a clean slate. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I need to use that left to right motion a little bit more when we are at the ceiling. Nope. Yeah, very often he's just not going to go low enough, unfortunately. Yeah, I think that's one of the main things that makes this fight a little bit challenging, is just that you do have a lot of cycles where you just need to wait for Boom Boom to get into position, and it's not really going to be predictable which cycles those are going to be, so very often you just need to treat this like a dodging or survival fight until you get an opportunity. And there doesn't seem to be anything I can do to force an opportunity in terms of getting Boom Boom low enough in a location where I will actually be able to outpace him on the way back up the way I'm doing right here. Nope, let's not hit the coin. Okay, nearly got him there, except he was still in his shell form when I was going for the third hit. Alright, let's try this again. Get in position. Nope, was hoping to drop a little lower, and fortunately Phanto did chase me a little bit hard. Okay, we're not done yet. We need to navigate this maze a little more gracefully than we've been doing. Yeah, I kind of saw that coming because, you know, there was no way that I was just going to trust myself to go down the right side accurately without hitting the spikes on the right. And so, didn't really plot out my path coming out of that very well. Because I don't want to go down the right side column. I think I'm very likely to hit the spikes. I don't have the accuracy to play around that, even when we have the benefit of swimming. Whoops. Nope. Closest attempt yet, though. So. There we go. Good hit. Good hit. Nope. Misjudged that completely. I thought it was going to go lower. Yeah, I think the length of the challenge is just fine. It's one of those levels that feels like a very full concept just from the one room. It's a very full-size experience, so you can tell already just from the way I've been playing it. Whoops. Yeah, now we're in a bit of trouble as we try to get the last opportunity, and unfortunately, if you miss the opportunity to jump him the third time on the way up, it's going to take quite a while to recover that. Mail, you're saying it might be overkill to avoid 2 Boom Booms and coins. I think it's definitely overkill. It would actually be a little easier in Fanto, though, because you would at least be able to zone out 1 Boom Boom at a time with the Shelmet. And give yourself a bit of extra protection. Fanto is, I think, a much bigger risk in some ways. We need to stop repositioning Boom Boom like that. Yeah, the helmet, as you can see, is actually a little bit of a liability here when we try to get him to come down. Whoops, because it's going to spring him back up immediately. Well, we've managed to get the third hit plus P-switch once. Without inadvertently hitting any coins, so this can be done eventually. Whoops, no. But yeah, Glitch, we'll give it a few more attempts. I may not be able to do it this sitting. And if I'm not able to, we'll definitely come back to it at some point, because I've been close enough that I think it is within reach. We'll need to roll the dice here on some further attempts. And okay, good attempts so far. Let's try to catch him on the way up. There we go. Let Fanto sweep that. Nope, totally getting squeezed there. There was really no way down. Yeah, Fanto, of course, is going to do a bit of a figure 8 pattern that does eventually home in on you. Cannot play around Fanto by standing still. Yeah, let's just start from scratch just to at least keep the Shelmet past the first hit. In SMB1, Mail 64, you don't really have that many options to make swimming a cleaner experience, since you can't hold items, nor do you have access to things like the frog or the P-balloon. SMB1 is actually probably the hardest style to be swimming in. In terms of the options that you have to make it more flexible. Obviously, you need SMB1 for this version of the concept because of Fanto. Otherwise, there's no particular reason, given that you don't have to deal with held items. There's no particular reason why this couldn't be done in one of the other styles, apart from the Cursed Key. You know, if you wanted to change up the swimming mechanics a little bit. Like I said, don't really trust myself on the screen boundary. I think that was a bit of a time pressure play there in terms of just trying to get into position before Fanto snipes me, and unfortunately that backfired very quickly. However, oh no, missing third cycle here. Nope, unfortunately, yeah, helmet bumping him up is going to cause some complications. Luckily, I am able to soak one hit the way I'm playing right now, so get in here very carefully. Spend one key. And Boom Boom's going to come back and have his revenge, okay. Luckily, Boom Boom's initial placement doesn't do anything too unfortunate there. And look at all those 1-ups just sliding out of the way. First version of this was in Super Mario World. Interesting. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you everyone in queue for dealing with all those near misses. Yeah, since Glitch is an active sub, we'll just treat that as a sub. Go straight down next for the next selection. It's going to be from L64, and I believe this is going to be the revised edition of the level that we were playtesting yesterday. So yeah, L64, in terms of the improvements that you were making, I know that it was that one locking location that we wanted to look at, but if there were any specific pathways that I should be testing first, do tell me if you have a recommendation, since we had seen the general layout before. And yeah, thank you, Glitch, for coming by, as always. So it's the ending that you changed in Mail64. I think it's where the pathways actually merge in the ending, right? Although I'm thinking about how they differed in terms of the on-off state, the way that you had initially put that together. Oh, I can try the low pathway to create. Okay, if we reset out of this attempt, then we'll try that just to see how that goes. Right, because I was doing all the swimming with a crate last time. I kind of remember that now. Yeah, my first instinct there, of course, is to see if we can take the bombs forward and put them anywhere. Seems like the answer is no. Right, because we were trying to break all kinds of things with crates yesterday. Okay, warp blocks there and everywhere. Don't think you can really do much in terms of hot potato with the bombs, since the bombs in a previous segment are almost certainly going to be activated by the Podoboo on the right side blaster before you can take any of them up and through. But that's definitely something that was coming to mind, like whether it was possible to smuggle a bomb into this location. I do not believe that's the case. I can try destroying stuff, but it only opens a path to the early secret path. I'm trying to remember what that was that you're talking about, but whoa. Okay, that could have gone better, but we made it. Okay, this is with the implicit scroll, of course, so let's let the red sheep do its thing. Nope. I don't think I'll be able to make enough height, though. Yeah, I think even with a jump on top of the sheep, that's not going to be quite enough to get me over, even with a wall jump on the left side. No, that's too far. Worth thinking about, though. Anyway, let's see the ending, just to see what it was you wanted to show me about that. And, same with this here, that's if we... Crouch jump, I don't think we necessarily do that, but if we're small... Thinking about how... I mean, that wouldn't get you anything, of course, just to go back to the other side, but... It's the kind of thing we think about. Small like a ball, exactly. Well, we'll see some of that soon enough, Grgowski. Okay. Now, let's get through here. Poke some pokies. And, right, this was the location last time where we were thinking about some potential locking. Because, yeah, it looks like you have a door here now. We don't know where that's matched. Also, I'm just looking at whether the key could do anything if we take it back up here. It doesn't look like it. Even with this implicit stop here, that see over in the camera, just because 3D World's artwork is going to do that to you. P-switches on either side and the door. Let's see where this is matched. Yep, purely a reset into the title screen. I love the eye design there with the pokies. Because that will, of course, give you access to more Ps. I'm going to get these out of the way just to see what we can do with that. And yeah, so if you end up on top here, then is there a way to reset? Like, are you always going to have the key? Because let's say you come up here without the key, right? Let's say I skipped the key for some reason, hit the P-switch, came up here, and got locked on top while the state is still off. Then that's still a lock, isn't it? Like, suppose I come here without ever getting the key. Do you have some way to deal with that if I just leave the key down below in the lower segment? And yeah, Mail, because that's one thing that I'm seeing here that may be an issue unless you have some kind of on-off activation that's going to be automatic, which I don't see. You can soft lock, but that looks like on purpose. I mean, you know, like a soft lock that the player kind of has to go out of the way to do is still a soft lock, right? Because particularly if you send something to somebody with my playstyle, you are going to run into that. So I kind of wonder, because you have a reset door on the top half, it's just that the reset door is gated behind the on-off state. And if you don't gate it behind the on-off state, then does that break anything with the flow of your level? Because it looks like you would want some kind of reset to be available from both sides, right? In case the Ps are expended and you don't get a chance to go back and forth either way. You know what? Let's just do the high jump. So yeah, that's the only thing I picked out. I don't know if there's anything else, Mail64, that you want me to look at. Oh, you wanted me to look at the bottom path without the crate, right? Let's try that. We won't necessarily spend too long on it to look at it exhaustively, but we'll just take a quick look at that. And thank you for the GGs. Yeah. Let me check the tree again in case there was a power-up. Yeah. Trying to remember if that was the case. Right, because you wanted me to just test the difficulty tuning here without crate swimming. Now here's the thing though, when you have the crates all lined up like that, I mean, people are going to swim with the crate, I think, unless they really lose one, given that you have it all over the place. And yeah, that does get out safely. But anyway, we'll try it just to see. Yeah, I guess with the cat, I could have tried to swat the blooper. Then you would be able to get down to that door eventually. And then drop these guys. Drop that guy, okay. And then I would need to swim all the way back. And that blooper is definitely out for blood. Okay, so we can just drop in this way. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, because I couldn't quite see the bottom right corner initially, I was actually wondering if I was supposed to loop back after the on-off switch is toggled because of that sort of bonus room location that you have going there. Let's see how things are going to work here with the on-off state the way it is. Yeah, you just go for a key in the bottom. And if you get locked, that's fine because you can activate a P-switch, go through the reset door, and everything is going to work. Bloopers, of course, are just going to stay above the crates because that's what they will do. And then we're through. But yeah, definitely, I think, you know, you're giving people enough crates to work with in the lower segment that, given the option, I would imagine that swimming over the crates is going to be plan A. Unless you lose one by some freak accident. Yeah, thank you for that. World record. Previous clear must have been pretty slow. So, thank you for sending that again, Mail64. Hopefully that was useful. Yeah, definitely just that one lock that's still there at the end. Would want to take care of that, but getting closer and closer. And like I said, the reset mechanism interacting with the cover art and the thumbnail, that was kind of a nice touch. Oops. Okay, Grakowski, we are going to take a look at this code here. Small like a ball. Big Mario's too tall to hop into wall. Hold down to get small like a ball. That's all. Three-minute record by Street Rat. Great puzzle player during the daytime hours. I love the cover art as well. It's telling me something about crouching, in case that wasn't clear enough already. Oh, and this is not a puzzle, okay. I often just assume that's going to be the case, but let's see another Grakowski non-puzzle. I think I have seen the other ones, the older ones at this point. Yeah, we need to crouch before we do the little Mang bounce over there. Not only is it a Mang bounce, but it also has the Mang ice slide that we've seen so often recently. And yeah, I love that crouch slide going up that slope there. That's a nice touch. Okay. Yeah, we do need to sneak through that location. But we do need to stay crouched when we do it, which is interesting because it looks like I have this backward slide going on here. I wonder how that's happening. Maybe just D-pad inputs on my side. That being what they are. We do need to sneak over to that cloud, I think, in order to get that bounce back this way. And yeah, we do need to face forward. That's the thing that's going on here. That's our facing direction and our momentum are going to matter, as well as our ability to hold down on the D-pad, letting up. There we go. Yeah, inputs do need to be comparatively precise here. No need to crouch for that guy. We'll need to work on our spacing a little bit. And up we go. Partway. Yeah, seriously though, between the trampolines and the dash panels and the ice, it really does feel like a Grakowski impression of a Meng level, which means that we really do need to see at some point a Meng impression of a Grakowski level. I think that would be quite entertaining. Yeah, not landing on that dash panel very accurately, in fact. That's part of the problem we're running into here. Slightly overshooting it, or now undershooting it. Yeah, as you can see, I'm not actually getting the boost on that dash panel at all. So, getting to see where that 3-minute record is coming from. Oops. But why don't I... No, that's not going to work either. We do need to prepare this in advance. There we go. No, we need to crouch into that. I was losing that because of the slope. Yeah, that's the thing that was happening there. Maybe, actually, I'd need a slide here, and then take the slide up. Like that. Except I need to stay crouched in. It's actually harder than it looks because you really can't have a directional input going into that. Because that will just let go of the crouch. I don't know if I understand yet systematically how to force to crouch 100% of the time without coming out into a standing state. If it helps, you can run at the springs, okay. Yeah, it definitely looks like I need to be crouched going into the dash panel, but the dash panel does send me back up and make me tall. I think I do need, in fact, some other interaction here too. Go for that. So, yeah, because if you that, I feel like the upslopes have something to do with this. Possibly a ground pound as well. No. Seems like it's one of those things that's out of the see videos about 3D worlds as well. You know, can you beat such and such just staying permanently crouched? Let's go back up top, actually. I would think we should try wall jumping up top and starting with that initial position instead of trying to start from below. Okay. Not like that, obviously. It is a puzzle level, after all, that's true. In its own little way. And yeah, I do see that spring that's hiding under the score line. Wasn't really able to make use of it yet. Whoops. Let's use the reset door, in fact, instead of wall jumping all the way up top. I wonder, actually, if I should roll out of this double arrow location here. Nope, that is going to flip me back into the standing state. Whoops. So how was it earlier that I was maintaining the crouching state going into the one-way panel? It seems like there was something that I need to be doing here. Double arrow may suggest a long jump. That's very true. Nope. Yeah, you're going to run into some time trouble here. Yeah, long jump unfortunately isn't going to make me small either. I'm just sort of thinking about what I'm missing here mechanically, because in the previous rooms the dash panels were not taking me up out of the crouching position. But that would be because of how I was winding up on the dash panels to begin with, though, right? That has to do with the interaction that took me onto them. So, for example, if I was getting there by way of a spring... Nope. So, for example, you do this. Nope, don't want a ground pound. I think I do need to land first, and then... Yeah, as you can see there, that actually might allow you to back in to that, but you need to make contact before you get into the crouching state. No. Wrong way. Yeah, because now I'm just trying to hit the dash panel first, and then get into a crouching state, rather, after that. So as you can see, that was a crouch out of the panel, but it didn't get me far enough, and also doesn't solve the problem of going up to the right side. So, let's see mechanically what I'm missing here. I think it does have to do with landing on a dash panel first before getting into the crouch, but so you don't activate the ground pound, like we're doing there. But we have some momentum issues coming into that. And we are going to run out of time here, so that's fine, because that'll give me a chance to inspect the previous rooms to see what it was we were doing differently with the dash panels there instead. Yeah, because as long as we managed to start with the spring, as you can see, it didn't actually activate the dash panel as long as we fell into it that way. Yeah, because the dash panel doesn't activate at all, you'll see. It's a dashing animation that sends you into the standing state. So we should keep that in mind, because that is what's going to make everything work out here. Coins are optional, it seems, but go for it anyway. Since we proved the last time that we're able to do it. Nope. Stay too long on that. I need a bit of a fuller jump, though. There we go. And I need to do a bit more directionally. Yeah, just with the down diagonal. That will work. Man got a trophy. I'm not surprised, given the nature of this level. Sometimes I play levels by various makers and I see Mang on a world record, and that's when I know that I'm in for either something that's very bouncy or something that involves like swamp momentum or some other speed mechanic. You can sometimes tell things like that just by looking at who has the record. Of course, I was looking at the Street Rats 3-minute record here, and I don't know what that was telling me. We do need a bit more of an immediate jump going out of the second one here. There we go. It's a matter of timing. No, I think if you crouch into the long jump... Actually, no, we can just jump directly into this slot here, that's actually going to be correct. Crouch jump. Yeah, it seemed a little weird to slip into the cloud. That actually is going to be reliably doable, which surprises me in some ways. Note, still activating the dash panel, unfortunately. Despite jumping into that guy here. Nope. But yeah, if we get into the cloud, I should be able to do that instant bounce off the dash panel that doesn't get me into the dashing animation. But as you can see, that's not what's happening. I am falling into that. But I think if I just stand up into this, perhaps, instead of jumping. No, that's not going to do it. Because I do need to remain crouched. So this will maybe take a little bit of practice to figure out. Not quite. That was almost it, actually. Jumping directly into the side like that. Yeah, as you can see, that isn't going to quite work. If I do bounce directly into the spring, then... Like you were saying, I can run towards them if I need to do that. Close. Hey, look, we got it. Now we need to do it twice. Now I probably needed to just... no, not roll in from the right side. We just need to make sure we get the right to left interaction down sometime within the next 270 seconds. Well, I mean, repeating some of the earlier stuff did give me a more systematic idea of how to approach the central interaction here. It's just that... Okay, so that's correct. It's just that we didn't face the correct direction. Okay. Getting there, getting there. One of those things where one-way panels actually would have been potentially useful here. This level. Oh, maybe not. Just looking at how that's done. Okay, it looks like we are going to have a lot of back and forth. Trying to sneak under there. The controlled jump. Okay. Oh, back and forth. Not quite. Back and forth. Yeah, no, I do need to do this repeatedly without activating the dash panels, so... Not quite. Still getting reactivated after the second spring, which tells me that we may have a bit of an accuracy issue, perhaps? No, that was getting closer. Okay. Can we do this a few times in a row? We'll find out. But the standing state actually doesn't do as much damage as I would think, because we are able to get back into a crouch state after the next set of spring interactions, I think. So, activating the dash panels isn't as much of a problem as you might expect. from some of the previous interactions, because going up to the spring will get you back on track. Yeah, it's the sideways momentum that I'm cutting a little bit too early. Because I'm not really doing the down diagonals very well. I'm not swapping between diagonals instead of just holding down everywhere. Whoops. It helps you run and jump into the springs, okay. Yeah, that's going to take a bit more work here. I'll likely time out after this room anyway, but we'll see if we can practice this and get it down. Not quite. No, almost there. Just needed to fix up the diagonal. But yeah, I am trying to point into a forward down diagonal with each of these. Occasionally I am just missing. Run, okay. It is recommending that I run into it. Yeah, a little too early here. Still a little too early. Missing that coin, of course, but we're luckily going to time out anyway, so chances are we'll just deal with that. Nope. Well, I mean, if we get past the previous room quickly, I should be able to come back to this one soon enough and make a proper run at that coin.
Oh no!
Okay. Nope, just going to try to go for that pink coin again, just to do everything the bonus way. Okay. Like you were saying, we should pick up some speed as we go into each successive sideways trampoline. There we go. Nope, I was trying to slide into that. I think that's going to be the wrong idea. I think we might actually want to go and double back through the second panel instead of going up. Nope. Yeah, because we want to hit that sideways. Or just go like that, actually. That might be much better. If we just change our positioning slightly, that looks like it is going to be the answer to that coin. Let's go back. Try it. Whoops. Nope. Almost. Not quite. Nope. We don't want that second landing on the dash panel. Alright, let's go up. And up. There we go. Love how this coin placement looks kind of like a key almost. I mean, if we time out again, we'll just have to do it again. Unless we hit checkpoint 2 relatively soon. maybe we're starting to get the hang of this. Checkpoint 2 relatively soon. There we go. Looks like we need to take advantage of the conveyor belt somehow in order to get through that ice block. Yeah. I see how it's going to go. If we can do it. Very easy to get trapped, though, if we don't manage it. We can, in fact, jump in this way as well, perhaps. No, I think we'll probably want to go this way. Nope. Yeah, we want to ride out the conveyor. Base left, and then let it send me up over to the left? No, not quite. Need a more accurate jump if we're going to try anything like that. There we go. Oh, that was almost fancy. Yeah, we're building up quite a lot of momentum going into that, in fact, but not an animation you see every day that jump like that. Like we don't have quite enough momentum to do it, though. And Roche69, thank you for... You're going to need some speed. We currently are finding that to be the case, yes. I feel like maybe we're not developing enough momentum on the conveyor belt, that we need to ride it out a little bit further to the right before we swing back to the left. And risk just missing the coin entirely. But no, we'll get it. Okay, now let's do this for real. Probably just a forward roll. Nope, we actually just do need to. Probably continue jumping, in fact. This conveyor belt. Or maybe just develop a lot more speed. Okay. Not quite. Yeah. I feel like I probably should have gone for a forward roll here, but it's not doing the trick. And yeah, Reebok's certainly trying to be a little more confident about this right now, but we'll see if that actually winds up being the case. Maybe I should be going left or right. There is some kind of momentum trickery here that will be doing a lot better. Nope. It's going to be a repeated jump. I wonder what this is going to be. I wonder if we just need to fall off the conveyor belt and build up tons of momentum to do a second bounce, in fact. Do a first bounce, fall off the conveyor belt, and do a second bounce. I am going to try that, actually. That's the main thing I'm thinking of in terms of picking up tons of speed going into this. Definitely exposing that we could be doing a lot better with the momentum rules here in this game. Probably not going to be something like a hidden P-switch, unfortunately. Or something else that would get you through. Nope. This is a beautiful obstacle. I mean, it's definitely an obstacle. That's not in doubt. And there's clearly something that I'm missing in terms of the method of doing this. And I feel like there is something that we need to understand about how we conserve momentum in this game. Get through this. Because the roll isn't working and that the repeated jumping isn't working either. So I need to rethink this a bit. Partly because we are going to have to do this again from timeout in just a moment. We know that edge jump is going to get me up to the coin. Jump as soon as you land at a conveyor. Oh, almost, almost. Yeah, because we're getting pulled back a little too soon relative to how I'm trying to get off of that, so... Anyway, at least we know how to get back up here reliably. We'll need to do that again in just a moment.
Oh no!
No, Furia, we've tried to roll several times. The roll is not going to get you past the conveyor speed. Yeah, let's build up a bit more speed here. Yeah, it's a very interesting obstacle, actually. No, we need to jump right away before we get tugged at all. That is almost there. Right on the edge, as you can see. There we go. Now let's not get trapped back there. Would have been very cool if the roll worked, but Double Speed Conveyor is going to have a word with you about that. Okay, on-off switch, of course, is going to be necessary in order to open up the above passage, but it is also going to change conveyor direction, and so with double speed conveyors, we need to think about the same interaction that we were doing in the previous room. For once, it's going to happen reliably. And then we need to do it a second time. Then we crouch jump up here. There we go. Nice little check there to see if you actually understood the previous room. Although I think I kind of need to understand the previous room in order to get anything done at all. Ah, interesting that... Well, we missed this, and I don't know what the consequence of that is going to be. Evidently we... Oh, I see. We can wall jump back up. Yeah, bounce on the way down. Not wall jump. We need to actually just land on everything in succession. Oh, missing slightly. No, we should be able to land on that foot of the spring and get to jump onto the right side. Nope. Speaking of which, might as well get some of those one-ups for Endless. Nope. Hey. Now we do need to convey our momentum actually, so going in from the right side is likely to do the trick here, I think. Oops. And yeah, we just need to control direction a little bit better to land on top of these in succession. Nope. Yeah, the falling angle is not quite what I'm looking for. No, I'm trying to correct directions right to left as I'm going down, so I don't fall at too sharp an angle to hit the second trampoline. I think maybe I am supposed to hit directly towards the dash panel, though. Yeah, because you go towards the dash panel first, and then jump, then get into the lower trampoline, and jump on top of the dash panel twice. I think that's probably going to be the more workable method. For this one, all I should have to do is hold down at a conveyor. Okay. Oh. Okay. No, I was thinking of jumping into the spring. That's why. That was the issue. You need to change directions a bit, though. Nope, not quite. Okay, that was almost it, actually. We managed to get onto the dash panel without activating it. There we go. 200 seconds to sort out the rest. Looks like we have a key door there. A key is going to be required here, but there is that upper segment as well. Nope. Let's go back down and try this. Nope. Can, of course, just bounce with a crouch, but I think that's maybe not enough to get me over there. Let's try it again. Yeah, no, we do need a little bit of a jump there in order to get up to the key coin. Yeah, trying to ground pound there, but you're too close to the wall to do that, so... but I believe jumping into that spring as you go up is going to be the answer to the key coin. But I am, fortunately, getting back into the standing state. Nope. I think we just need to hit the bounce and then manipulate where I'm going with the jump button after the fact. Nope. Not quite. 100 seconds. We may need to actually go for the clear instead. Doing this stuff here. But who are we kidding? Of course we're going for this first. That was almost good. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I don't need to get that boost at all, actually. We just need to... It's a conveyor by itself now. Next step is to get the key. No, we need the instant jump off the conveyor in order to get across that obstacle. Nope. Nope. Don't know why that's failing all of a sudden. I'm probably just holding too far forward, in fact. Nope. There we go. One more round. No, we need to go a little bit later out of that dash panel, by the looks of it. Well, 40 seconds to figure this one out before we time out at this door. Once again. There we go. 25 seconds to figure this out. Safety coin. No, we just need to... yeah, I know there are 10 seconds left, but we need to check this. 6 seconds. You learned anti-key death tech after this. There's a door at the end. Yeah, let's not see what's behind that door, I guess. It could have gone back. But that will remain a secret for the time being. We may have to go back and see that sometime, but I think that's quite enough ballroom dancing for the time being. And yeah, Reeboks, your heart was racing. Well, my Mario was equally racing. Alright, let's take a look at next. Thank you to the patience of everybody in queue. I know that one took me a while to suffer through with the timeouts, but Zola King, you are definitely here. You just spoke up, so let's punch in your submission. Thank you once again for waiting. Oh, you want me to skip you? Okay, do you want me to bump you back into queue, or do you want me to remove you entirely? Do you just not have something ready, or...? As you answered my question, I'm going to change to Mr. Green. You want me to remove you? Okay, we'll do that. That's fine. You have a thing in an hour, and you don't think I can do it in an hour? Okay. Oh, I guess if you have to leave now, that's fine. Yeah, no worries about that. I mean, if you wanted to stay partly, we could have... I just left you to link to the VOD afterwards, but if you have to get ready for the thing now, well, thank you for dropping by anyway. Sorry about the very lengthy wait. And yeah, this is a regular time slot for me in terms of viewer levels. We do it on the Friday to Saturday and Saturday to Sunday streams. So this time slot and same time slot yesterday. So we'll be back with more viewer levels next weekend. In the meantime, let's take a look at King Brock. King Brock, I have this vague sense that you slightly modified your Twitch username. I just don't know why I'm getting that impression, but... We'll continue with The Legend of Brakata, 1-Castle. Ah, okay, so it is version 2 of the World 1 Castle. I guess Mario does need a break after curling up into a ball and just totally wrecking his spine in the previous level. My boy, you've discovered a random fortress. Maybe Bowser's inside. Okay, we'll hit some Goombas. And, yeah, over we go. I guess we could have spun over this guy, but... And this guy, as long as we don't get squished. We got squished. Was maybe overconfident in our timing there. Okay. This time I didn't get a mushroom, did I? Okay. Yeah. I think I'd commented on maybe an earlier version of this level or a very similar level that it's not really necessary to be marking all of the Podoboo locations in a additional level in terms of where the fire is going to come up and torch your feet. Because you do have enough time to react to the positioning there. Although sometimes relative to traditional Mario, I know things like the pipe spawning, some of the fire timing can feel less visible as they scroll in. So, just one thing where you do need to exercise your judgment. I mean, you don't want to be sniped invisibly, but you know, it's one of those things where traditional Mario was able to get away with it without looking blind, so... That's just the sort of general attitude to indication that I have, that very often, instead of using indication as a solution to the level design can be adjusted to minimize indication. That's partly just an aesthetic thing, of course. Otherwise, yeah, pretty faithful traditional style castle so far, for sure. Let's not be so careless in what is actually a fairly simple level. And yeah, Grakowski, I mean, there are certain interactions in a level like that that are just going to be new to people, and I think as a communication challenge. Just that with the very minute variations that you can see in how players are going to interact with the various bounce physics in terms of which direction you're holding or not holding and what kind of habits you bring in with you. Like, there's just a lot of variation that you would need to test for, I think. It's definitely a challenging concept to make work in terms of explaining not only the inputs that you're prescribing, but the inputs that you're trying to discourage people from punching in out of habit at the same time. Anyway, I had fun with that one. It's just that we weren't particularly good at executing some of the stuff. And, you know, part of that is just sort of revealed and emphasized by the fact that the level was built around such gentle resets, because of course you can't take damage or it breaks the concept. And so some segments are going to look challenging just because of that, just because you sit through a lot of retries at once just to get some of the movement straight. Yeah, I like the spacing on this fight. Very readable, and just enough room that you can, in fact, react to stuff. Nope, I was trying to jump out of the stun lock there. I was just a little bit late on the input. N64, in terms of things that fit into Nintendo-published Mario, most of the time that's true. There are a few instances in the classic Mario games where I would disagree with that. The one that comes to mind for me is when I replayed Super Mario World last year, and I did not remember Way Cool being that bad. Because, you know, you get into the special world and you're playing stuff like Tubular and thinking, okay, Tubular is just something that everybody remembers as an absolute killer because of all the baseballs whacking your P-balloon. And it's such a short level, right? Like, it's literally just 3 screens or so of obstacles with the P-balloon, and then it's just done. And it was no pain at all. And then, so I come out of Tubular and thinking, okay, this is going fantastically. And then I run into Way Cool. So Way Cool, for those of you who don't remember all of the Super Mario World levels by name, is the one that introduced the concept of hitting on-off switches to change track patterns. And it does have not only tons of blindness, but a lot of depths that are not self-evident until you've ridden the track for the next 30 seconds or so. That sometimes you're just on a track that is going to send you into the abyss and you don't know that you're dead for the next little while. And it's basically got all of the things that we associate with how people should not be using on and off track switching in Mario Maker. Now, of course, you know, you have to kind of allow for the fact that this was literally the first time that you had seen on-off track switching in a platformer. It was a brand new concept, and it's really amazing that Nintendo gets as much right in the classics on the first try as they do. It's quite remarkable, actually, as a feature of the Mario series that so many things did work as intended on the first try, but Way Cool is just not one of them. Like, it's... When I replayed all of the 96 exits in Super Mario World, it stood out as the thing that was easily the worst thing in the game. You get the feeling we're making levels for the testers more than players? I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, by and large, everything in the special world is very, very playable. It was just that one exception that was very unfortunate. Now, we did not have the power of fire at the very end to get through everything to the 50 coin, but we will hit the gate, so... Thank you for the GGs, and thank you for the new edition of this level, King Brock, once again. Like I said, the Roy fight is actually quite a well-tuned room. I do like the spacing on that quite a bit. Let's mark that as a win. I don't think we have any remaining subs. Moment, I'll just check that just in case. then we'll move on forward. So I will likely be closing the queue fairly soon, depending on which level we pick for Mang. Like I said, I usually do guarantee getting through everybody in the queue. I think yesterday was actually the first time that I had to cut off the queue early because we were running a little bit long and did have something external come up. So Mang, we can go back to Sonic Super Blast and put in a bit of a long attempt. If I do that, I will probably cut off the queue pretty soon. If we don't do that, we'll go to the next one that I haven't played, which is way back. This would be something 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 Act 3. Yeah, Ifugagura. 4-5 every Fugagopa Act 3. And yeah, Brandon Levels, I know you're here. You're going to be the next one after Mang. So, yeah, Mang, we can take a look at this one, or we can... I mean, this is a 0.43 with, what is it, 56-second record? Or we can go back to the one that I haven't finished, just to see if we can at least get to checkpoint and grind away at it some more. And, yeah, momentarily saying we had a lot of practice with the Forhugger gods back in the early era of Flash animation, so absolutely no stranger to that kind of diction. Yeah, let's go back to Sonic Super Blast. I know that we didn't even get to Checkpoint 2 previously, but maybe we can recover this. And now that our sound is actually working, I mean, this was the level that I played on the stream that was a total disaster 2 weeks ago, so... it does mean, because this is a harder and lengthier level, that I'm likely to close the queue relatively soon, like I said. Just so we can guarantee that we get through Brandon, who is still here, Roge, who may be here, and Mail. But we'll see how well we progress through the early sections first. Supernova feels like eating, while Supernova, I mean, might as well just satisfy that now and grab a snack. I think I was actually almost instinctively ducking here because I was apparently so traumatized by that experience earlier with being small like a ball. You know, you see dash panels and you just immediately go into a crouch. A defensive crouch where you cower in terror. Whoops, no, need to raise the skip squeak and then go under. Oops. Yeah, I do need to get into the correct directions coming out of the dash panels. And let's not double tap this. I keep double tapping this as a habit. And I also keep missing the skip squeak thing, just going a little bit slowly. Mang, you're suggesting try eating Nova. I don't know if Nova is actually that tasty. Might be a bit of a lean cut of meat there, for all I know. Okay, no, let's... no, actually, I just need to jump like that. Yeah. Totally overthinking that. No, we can do this. After all the practice that we had in the previous level, you'd think this would go a little bit better. No, except we need to reverse out of that a little bit sooner. Don't know how you would eat a wish-granting machine. Presumably with a fork. I mean... might not go down very easily, but It is a wish-granting machine. You can always tell the wish-granting machine ahead of time, I wish that I'm able to devour the wish-granting machine. And suddenly you find that the thing is made out of jelly or something else. I mean, if you could grant any wish, I think I would probably choose something a little bit more elegant. Something that's maybe harder to come by. Okay. And there we go. Okay. Down we go. And up. Yeah. Okay, I remember this somewhat. And then this reversal here. Whoops. Yeah, 3 reversals will be a little bit safer in terms of creating the wall jump. Supernova, you are thin with no muscle. That's probably why you're hungry and you feel like eating. There's an easy way to fix that if you feel like doing so. Okay. Try this again. We had been going for the coins after all. I feel like I actually made a fairly reasonable attempt just now in terms of putting this together. Okay, here's the bully bounce. Nope, backed out a little too soon. Also, Supernova, is it just me, or is your Twitch handle a lighter shade of blue than usual? Are you sure you're feeling well? Or have you gone a little bit pale from malnourishment? Okay, here we go. And up we go. Nope. Didn't have enough of a cooldown there to reactivate the skip squeak. Should you throw some Pringles again? The thing about Pringles, though, is that they stack, right? Unlike most things in 3D World, Pringles actually stack. And so you would probably not want to toss them. You'd want to place them gently. These very regular formations. Now, the thing about Pringles is that are they kind of a sort of hard stack, or are they kind of a loose stack where the Pringles are kind of placed separately and falling on top of each other with the power of gravity? The difference being, if you throw a POW block at a stack of Pringles, does it take out only the bottom Pringle, or does it actually... And also, of course, the Pringle that you make contact with as you throw the POW block into the stack. Or does it actually unstack everything just due to the initial placement? Very important engine difference when it comes to the placement of Pringles that we should be aware of before we start opening up the tins. And Supernova, as long as you don't miss this time. But so here's the other thing, is that if you are throwing a POW block at a stack of Pringles, or indeed if you are just throwing the stack of Pringles, what do you use as the marker? My answer, of course, is nothing. I gotta say though, you have to admire the sort of engineering problem of creating something stackable like Pringles. That, in terms of product design, that's actually pretty ingenious. Okay. Whoops. I mean, that's the whole thing that distinguishes them in the first place, right? Apart from coming in tubes. And coming in tubes in the first place because they stack. Okay. Yeah, the practice bully here didn't give me much assistance, unfortunately. Whoops. Nope. Jumping a little bit too early before the practice bully, in fact. Need to get that collision. And there we go. Now let's get a little further into the conveyor belts and then back up. Okay, there we go. And then now we have the reversal. That will allow me to come up over here, ground pound, and then let's see if I remember how to do this. And then, oh yeah, I need to drop the icicle up top, which means we will need to hit this upper dash panel. Nope, missed. And head over to the wall jump off the wall after dropping the icicle on top of the pokey and getting it out of the way. Cypher, welcome. Hope you've been doing well lately. I know you've been streaming quite a few 3D platformers, in fact, along with this game. So yeah, glad you could get in, actually, because I am about to close the queue fairly soon. Yeah, Zypher is going well. Had a few technical problems with the stream in recent weeks, but I think most of them have been fixed. So, just back to lots and lots of Mario Maker. And we go. Yeah, because I was watching your, I think it was 3D World runs not too long ago, as well as that game by the Little Big Planet developers, whose name I can't remember. Oh, Sackboy, I think it was. Yeah, glad to see you're still active in this game as well. Yeah, Media Molecule, that's what I was thinking of. Shows you how in touch I am with the Sony side of things when it comes to platformers and builder games. Okay. Could be on this level a little while though, given that we are still in zone 1 of 3. There we go. Nope, pulled back a little too hard there. We've gone full momentum forward onto the B. And let's come up this way. Nope, let's go back. Do another round just to make sure the skip squeak gives me plenty of room. Whoops. Yeah, almost at checkpoint 1 from what I remember, but we were nowhere close to checkpoint 2. Last time I attempted this. Okay. Up we go. And up. Nope, didn't quite get the reversal there that time. And yeah, Supernova, what's up with that? Not having world record on a main level, not having worked on it. That seems very unusual. Whoops. There we go. Actually, now that you mention it, Ming, I don't remember seeing Supernova's record on the Supernova pipe level either. That you had so recently built. Whoops. It seems like a fairly significant oversight. Okay, up we go. Hit this. No, I keep hitting this with a double hit. I don't know why I keep reading it that way. Even though I know what's supposed to happen. There we go, just a nice short bounce there. And yeah, obviously my way up that segment there is not optimized at all, but it's safe, so we'll take it. Nope. Missed. Okay, I am going to continue with this, but at this point, as I said, I am going to close the queue, just so we have a realistic chance of, first of all, getting further through this, and also through the rest of the queue after that, so. We'll close for now, we'll see how quickly we can get through the rest, and then we'll see what the situation is if we do, in fact, make it to the end. Unlike yesterday. So just give me a moment to mark the stream title and everything else accordingly. Just for maximal clarity. And just make sure the Warp World bot display is also going to match up to the reality of things. Okay, back up we go. Yeah, single tap here. That's what we discovered earlier. I think we would have learned that by now. And you would not be completely incorrect. Nope. Going too early is at least a little better there than going too late. Okay, reverse. Reverse. Have to anticipate it slightly. And then up to the wall. Yeah, looks like we could have gone further with full momentum up here if we wanted to grab that coin. But we may have lost the opportunity to do so. By the looks of it. Of course, we can't always totally fail to do that. Oh, that's interesting. What happens if I do that? Let's see, because I don't think that affects anything with the switching over here. Oh, yes, it does, because it means I can go up the on-off switch up there. If I wall jump carefully up to the B. Nope. Let's reposition to B a little bit. Reposition to B, reposition to B. Feed it over slightly, there we go. Let's drag it. And totally miss, but that's okay, we've created some space. I think that's probably inaccessible at this point, in fact, but... kind of interesting that we were able to do it this way. I mean... I guess... let's see what we can do here, actually. Because I needed something to... yeah, I do need to make contact with a long jump underneath the POW. But I do need, of course, to set the on-off switch again in order to get through the wall. And of course, without the B available, I would need to come back here through the pipe if I'm able to. From the next room if I wanted to try that coin again. Let's long jump with a bit of a different timing here. I think if I do it a little bit earlier, I will get enough height to hit that. There we go. Now let's see if I can back into this, or if this... No, this is going to be one way, unfortunately. So yeah, no coin route for us this time. Skip Squeak is going to go up. Yeah, we'll just have to deal with having missed one coin. Yeah, I wonder if that was still doable with just 1B alive at the end. I feel like it must have been. Nope. We'll wait for this thing to reset completely before I try to tap all three at once, so we can maximize the uptime that I have on all three of these blocks. No, and we want to go all the way to the end, to the conveyor, in order to do the reversal accurately. That's okay, we'll just skip the coin, we know how to get it, and it will be totally immaterial to results, so... Okay, up we go. And through. Looks like this will be another long jump by the looks of it. And then we raise the Skip Squeaks, and I think I can still get over this like that. Yeah, we'd seen this segment previously, I think, so. Now this is a preview area that allows you to see that I need to activate the icicle, go back, and forth. Yeah, go forward to activate the icicle, go back, to the left, go to the right. The question blocks are telling me something about, well, they're encouraging me to hit them, I don't know why, but probably just to calibrate my speed a little bit there before I go into the remaining dash panels. No, actually, it's because the jump will raise the Skip Squeak before the jump out of the P-switch. I think that's what's going on there. That the question blocks encourage you to raise the Skip Squeak. Let's not jump there. We do need to stay low. You can jump directly from the dash panels to a small B because the dash panels give you 1 block of extra height. Okay. Yeah, that's was something I hadn't really considered, just from an accuracy perspective, since the B, of course, would move. Hey, actually got nice clean interactions there that time. For once. Yeah, this would be a fun one to see a speedrun of, for sure. Just because so many things are, as usual, built to encourage a first cycle attempt. Whoops. Nope, that's wrong. We do need to go all the way to the dash panel in order to drop all of the icicles. Making progress, though. Feels like I am doing quite a bit better than my last series of attempts on this. Okay. Up we go. Right, left, right. No, we don't want to do that. Except we can just go through it like this. Okay, that's fine. That'll work. As long as I read what's going on here. No, I want to raise that a couple of times. Probably. No, and then, yeah. Okay, no, I see how that's going to go, is that you can reverse back and forth in that segment using the question block as well as the exclamation block. Knock that upstairs twice, and then go back to get on top of it the way I was trying to do, except a little bit faster and cleaner. Your clear check time is 13 seconds faster than the current world record. Yeah, it looks like Supernova needs to get some work done. But yeah, I mean, I can definitely tell that this is built to reward speedrunning when it comes to just getting the interactions down nice and clean. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's too bad we missed that coin earlier. It would have been neat to see the inevitable boom boom bonus room, I'm sure. Nope, let's... have that. No, we'll just let everything reset. There we go. And it's true. Whoa, okay. Missed the long jump, but that's okay. That doesn't do anything harmful. Okay, I, for some reason, thought it was going to be starting off to the left, so it did throw me off slightly. And back we go. Tap, 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 tap. And back we go. Tap that twice. Oh, actually did this the intended way for once. Okay. Tap that. Very satisfying. Oh, interesting. That's a reset door. Yeah, we do need to double tap that pretty quickly in order to get the interaction on the bully down, so let's make sure we do that, given that we don't have a lot of running distance towards the bully to work with. Getting closer to getting this segment down, though. Okay, not the cleanest, but we'll take it. Okay. Ah, I see. Yeah, just a very quick double tap there when we switch from on to off is what should do the trick. We just got a little bit slow. Oh, hold jump on the bully. Okay, I didn't know that. I think that's because we were kind of tapping into the bullies in some of the earlier segments and so. So if you hold jump out of the on-off switch, then yeah, because the interaction is just going to be so quick that you should be able to get enough height. I see how that should work. Who is holding world record on this currently? I can't see it here, obviously, but we'll check it when I'm back out. If I can remember. Okay. Yeah, timing here is going to be fairly generous. Huge momentum here. Oh, and we get a car. You get a car, and you get a car. Let's not damage the car. There we go. Ramming that guy. Ramming speed. We could have actually ground pounded that on-off switch, in fact, going into this. Not that there would have been a point to that. Okay, same idea with the bully. We hold into this. Why the bomb? Let's think about that. Oh, I see. Because the bomb... What is the interaction with the bomb? Let's reset this. I feel like I should drop into the bomb so I can pick it up, right? Adam, since you were past the queue yesterday, let me get you in. Since we cut you off yesterday. And Adam, I'll actually pull you in a bit early. Hyperion Smokestack, welcome. So yeah, because I promised Adam yesterday that we would get him in at the very end of the stream, and I had to leave early, so I am going to give him a special privilege today, just so people are aware of what's going on. Well, thank you so much, Hyperion, for continuing to subscribe. No, we need to get both of them, actually. Or, in fact, toss the bomb to activate the on-off switch when we are on the right side of the column. No, I want to hold the bomb into that and throw. I don't want to just hold the bomb into it by itself, because what's going to happen there is... No, I do need to get rid of both pokies in a way. So let's see what we can do here. 2 reset doors at the very start. And yeah, because the on-off switch activation is going to kill the Poke, if you look at the head of the Poke, it's overlapping with an empty red block. So going for the on-off switch here, throwing to the left accurately and then getting to the right of the on-off column is going to be the method. So, nope, we need to throw such that the bomb doesn't get destroyed by being held into that element. Nope. I think the donut blocks are there to encourage you to jump for the reversals. That's something that we need to keep in mind. Just so we have the reversal timing down very cleanly. Whoops, not like that. The Hyperion Smokestack subscription message was that you are the knight. Oh, you certainly are. Okay, let's do this a little more cleanly. Hey, at least we got to checkpoint 2 without too much trouble this time, compared to the last series of attempts that we put into this. Nope, still missing. Need to go up a little bit sooner. I do have the height, I'm just not close enough for completing that throw the way we should be completing it. As you can see, yeah, not quite. Nope. Been having trouble staying asleep at night. Well, luckily my stream is here to receive you, Hyperion Smokestack. And that alternatives to sleep do in fact exist. Okay, there we go. No, except we don't want to hit the icicle, of course. We want to stall in that position until the activation has happened. It's going to kill the Poke and also wall off the left side. There we go. No, because we want to kill the Skipsqueak. I do want to throw the bomb, though, in order to get rid of everything on the left side, but then I need to retain the bomb in order to take it all the way up. I think the idea is that I actually want to toss the bomb to kill the initial run of Skipsqueaks, then follow it in and then pick it up and throw it, because the conveyor belt is going to push it back towards this location, where it's going to land on top of the single spot on this panel here. So the bomb is something that I'm able to pick up going left to right. And then I can take it with me and just sort of carry it into that skip squeak up top. I think that's the idea. Okay. No. No, because I am going to hit that bomb, and then I need to reverse somewhere in order to pick it up. Whoops. I'm just figuring out, first of all, whether I should be passing that bomb onto the right side. We'll have to go back there and see what the pattern's going to be. Very well-placed icicle. Very deadly. Nope. That was a disaster. We do need to go forward to do that momentum cut that we've been doing all along. There we go. There we go. That's exactly how to do it. Yeah, I was just kind of reacting to that the first time, so I couldn't quite see what the bomb interaction was going to be. There was the reset door on the right side of that segment in case we missed. There was no need to panic. Okay. Carry this in. Nope, don't want to ground pound that soon. I mean, I know I can do possibly a lower bounce into the dash panels there. I think a ground pound actually feels safer if I can position it accurately. Nope, don't want to do that. Yeah, man, it certainly looks like that Fire Flower emote has something to say about that. Okay. Definitely a fun interaction here, though. No, I just needed to go a little bit faster in order to go back and once again crash the bomb against the final skip squeak the way we did the first time through. Just going in the opposite direction. Nope, need to retain it there, of course, for the throw. Hey, getting decently far in this level, though. Feeling a lot more comfortable with it than I did last time. It helps that I'm not worrying half the time about whether my stream is functioning, too. Nope. Stayed too long on that reversal. I do need to throw it into those skip squeaks and follow it immediately. Okay. Here we go. Okay, did that a little bit cleaner. No, don't want to reverse there right away. I do want to go forward a little bit and then go back. And reverse going right to left under the bomb instead. Like the way we're doing here. First time we practice that. Nope. Still too slow. Yeah, there's something I need to clean up there for sure in terms of... maybe I do need to do just a really quick double reversal underneath the donut blocks when I activate the bomb. No, but the dash panels are going to make that a little bit difficult, I think. So... yeah, because if you just try to reverse on the very first block to the right of the bomb, you actually overshoot on the way back. Maybe it can be done with a very quick double tap, but I would find that difficult to execute. Just need to minimize the distance that we overshoot, I think. That will probably be enough. Hyperion, I'll catch up with your news in just a moment when I'm not also reading this level. A game store has made you their magic judge. Oh, it's Magic the Gathering. So what kind of adjudication is it for? Because I have... like, my knowledge of the Magic meta is... assuming you're talking about Magic the Gathering and not just Magic Tricks. My knowledge of the Magic meta is like 20 years rather out of date, probably. I kind of understand the business model that they go with nowadays in terms of how they roll into new expansion packs, but other than that, I'm not keeping up with it at all. We need to do something differently here. Throwing into those skip squeaks is not going to be the answer. I think I actually need to jump over them. And probably just carry the bomb all the way through, in fact. Because that throw timing is not working out. Throwing into the skip squeaks leaves the bomb dormant and out of my reach for far too long. I think something is wrong about my approach. Let's go back and see. Answering rules questions during tournaments. I see. Okay, that's what I figured that would be. Basically like tournament direction then. In terms of adjudicating disputes about all of the different interactions that can happen as people fire off their... I want to say their instants and interrupts and such, but I think last time I checked some of those were combined into one in the rule set. Nope. Let's redo this. Yeah, let's go for the gentle reset on that one whenever I can, just given... no, we actually can have time to get this throw as long as I do a quick reversal, I think. Whoops. Yeah, thanks to the patience of people who are in queue. I know that I've been taking quite a long time with this submission, but we are past checkpoint 2, and I feel like I've been making good progress, so... Oh, whoops. Now, it looks like we're quite close to the end of this zone. If I can just get that last reversal done. Nope. Not too far across. Interrupts were errata Dorita's instant for about 20-some years. Okay, like I said, I'm about 20 years out of date with that stuff. Whoops. That was a surprisingly accurate estimate. It's probably longer than that, to be honest. But yeah, I know it's one of those things where I was... there was a time when I was reading a little bit about the Magic design even when I was not actively playing and was many, many years out of the game. Because I think one of the lead designers kept a very good design blog. That was mostly about balancing game mechanics and... Okay, still don't have the timing down for that segment there. Okay, that was done fairly cleanly. I feel like those are the kind of timing changes we need to make in order to get through that block. Okay. No, I was trying to time that, and I just did not time that accurately. I can afford to let those fall quite a ways, in fact. I assume that's a side thwomp. I certainly hope it is. Although a parachute thwomp we would probably still be able to beat on the way down as well. Nope, too late. Yeah, Hyperion, it was kind of interesting to see how long it took for something like Hearthstone to emerge to really lean into and having rule resolution and such kind of design from the start for computer adjudication when it comes to collectible card games. You would have thought that somebody would have entered that competitive space much earlier in terms of, you know, thinking about that in the same way that strategy games for computers, of course, just started leaning into all the things that you can't do efficiently with tokens over the board. Yeah, I just need to fall a lot more gracefully into the donut blocks. I don't often see that donut block drop interaction in 3D World, actually. You see it all the time, or used to, in the other styles. It was very commonly used as a method in Maker 1, as I recall. Nope, too late. And, yeah, Mail64, I totally forgot about Artifact. That's okay, because so did Valve. Oops. Actually, I have no idea how well supported Artifact is or not. I don't know what goes on in Valve nowadays. I know there was the Half-Life VR game that was released last year, but I'm probably many years away from even trying a VR setup, so it was one of those things I was looking at thinking, okay, in a few years we might get a chance to do a proper playthrough of this and see what Gordon's up to. Or see what Alex is up to, I guess. Oops. I saw something recently about how Team Fortress 2 had actually hit a new concurrency record. Which always kind of makes you wonder why that would be, because my understanding was that it had just been a sort of microtransactional testbed for many years now, ever since they started introducing all kinds of experiments with the loot crates and hats. So I didn't know that it was really still actively played. Or at least not that actively played. Nothing beats a good train wreck wall. I don't know about that. No. See, now I'm just thinking about rock, paper, scissors interactions where one of the elements would be a train wreck. Like, what would beat train wreck? A train wreck easily beats a train. Whoops. But then if a train wreck beats a train, and then a train beats some element X, that element X must beat a train wreck. Now what could that be? I'll let you know when I come up with a good answer, although maybe somebody can think of something very witty. Yeah, Brandon, congratulations on 37 plays. I've actually never seen The Room, as much as I've heard about it. I kind of fell out of touch with a lot of popular conversation about cinema around the time that The Room was really developing a reputation, I would say. I mean, I used to follow stuff like that very closely. I still follow cinema very closely, I just don't follow the media about it. And so if you don't really follow the kind of public conversation, you don't pick up so much on stuff like whatever Tommy Wiseau is up to. Whoops. Yeah, I've heard it's one of those things where, you know, it's a bit of a social experience to be. I effectively hate watching it. Or I should say, watching it with a critical eye. Whoops. Supernova, you've returned from your meal. Okay, that's why you weren't responding when we were making fun of you repeatedly for not having secured the world record on either this or Demang level that involved the Supernova pipes. But I hope you enjoyed your meal and that you are now well fed. It's not hate watching, but it's more of, yeah, it's some kind of social experience. I'm aware. Nope. I probably... Yeah, no, I was just slightly slow there. If it collided with the Skip Squeak just a moment earlier, that would have been fine, in fact. Because that would have cut off the detonation. So just need to hang on to that for dear life and crash right into the Skip Squeak as needed. Nope. Yeah, we have been on this for a while, but we're so close now. I really feel like I'll close it out. Nope, still too slow. There's no... okay, nothing you've seen is worse than Shyamalan's The Village. I haven't seen a film of his since Unbreakable, actually. I just haven't kept up with his career at all. I actually didn't mind Unbreakable. I was never really that keen on The Sixth Sense. And partly because I think the first time I watched The Sixth Sense, I guessed the twist well in advance, like when I was about halfway through the film. And sometimes a film can survive that because it remains dramatically interesting. The Sixth Sense is not one of those films. If you guess the twist well in advance, it actually robs it of much of its narrative power. Nope. Still getting stuck at the end of this thing here. Yeah, there are things that are, you know, bad but still kind of watchable as a bit of an object lesson in art and aesthetics. And things that are just bad in a way that's boring and not worth talking about, right? Which, in some ways, is even worse. Because, you know, you don't feel like you could take anything away from the experience, at least as to compensation for the time that you put in. I think it's almost a much better use of your time to watch something overtly bad than something that is just sort of inoffensively bland. Yeah, like I said, I felt like I was done with M. Night Shyamalan fairly quickly. Where it didn't seem like he had much to offer me as a filmmaker. Okay, I'm still getting stuck on these dash panels here. It's been a real roadblock. Despite having gotten past that precisely once and just dying immediately on the swamps afterwards. Yeah, I stopped thinking about whether things were good or bad a long time ago in terms of watching films or like video games even. I mean, it's nice to feel like your time is rewarded with a really wonderful experience, but it's sometimes more interesting to be looking at things that are controversial and divisive so you can actually form an independent opinion about something that is open to a large variety of independent opinions in terms of how people are going to react to certain narrative gestures or mechanics. And yeah, I had heard that there was an adaptation of The Last Airbender, but we're going to do something unrelated and read number 134 as requested by Hyperion Smokestack. I've been on this level for about an hour, but that's okay. We're very, very close. It's just that this final room has been a little bit uncooperative. Mang, you only watch things that you enjoy? Well, I'm glad you enjoy my stream. Just one moment while I ready this reading. So, okay, here's number 134. So now I have confessed that he is thine, and I myself in mortgage to thy will, myself I'll forfeit, so that other mine thou wilt restore to be my comfort still. But thou wilt not, nor he will not be free, for thou art covetous, and he is kind. He learned, but surety like to write for me under that bond that him as fast doth bind. The statute of thy beauty thou wilt take, thou usurer that put'st forth all to use, and sue a friend came debtor for my sake. So him I lose through my unkind abuse. Him have I lost, thou hast both him and me. He pays the whole, and yet am I not free. Thank you for that, Hyperion Smokestack. It's been a while since we've done one. Let's see if that refresher is going to do anything for me here. And yeah, that one is definitely... I mean, it's a late one in the cycle. It's comparatively somber. And Brandon, you think The Last Airbender live-action film isn't as bad as the internet opinion claims? Yeah, that's always kind of interesting when people have a sort of minority opinion on things like that. I think that's often worth listening to and worth holding. I found myself on that end of things with the Star Wars prequels for the longest time, because like I've always kind of stumped for the prequels ever since they originally came out, and there was a time when that was definitely much less tenable than it is now. I think some people still never really got over one side of the argument or another. But yeah, way too slow on this bomb. Or not. Okay, we got through. Alright, let's wait for the next timing here. Too soon. Hyperion Smokestack, I've actually really meant to revisit the 1993 Super Mario Bros. At some point, because the more I've read about its production in the long term, the more interesting it sounds in terms of what it was trying to go for originally, even if executing on that plan didn't quite go quite the way that it was envisioned. But it seemed like, you know, the ambition was definitely there to do something that was really experimental with the material in a way that is very rare for people doing any kind of licensed property, right? Like, okay, you might be taking a risk that doesn't pay off at all, but at least you're taking a risk. And it's the kind of thing where, you know, the Nintendo collaboration with Illumination Entertainment that's coming, I'm sure that will be, like, very confident and that the artwork's going to be very on model and everything, but it will definitely not be as idiosyncratic as the 1993 film. And it was for the same reason, actually, that I feel like, you know, the whole existence of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, for instance, was something that began as one big reaction to Ang Lee's Hulk. Like, they were trying their best to do everything they could to not be Ang Lee's Hulk. And I actually really liked Ang Lee's Hulk. Like, I actually thought that was a much more interesting work of cinema than almost everything that has come out of Marvel Studios since, and so... I'm not saying it was great, I'm just saying that it was at least doing something with the material that actually had some kind of vision behind it. So, Hyperion Smokestack, I could tell you... It's funny that you mentioned listening to jazz, because I could talk to you day and night about jazz. But yeah, actually, the thing about jazz is that it's not hard to get to a point where you hear the notes that are not being played. It's simply if you know what the structural underpinning of the material is. So, for example, if you grow up with a great deal of things like 1930s and 40s musicals, 1940s and 50s musicals, rather, you're going to have a lot of those patterns kind of baked into you already. And you have to remember that, you know, back when a lot of the classic jazz records were being cut, like in the era of the Miles Davis Great Quintets, when they were just recording absolutely everything in the studio, the Ella Fitzgerald songbook albums, you know, stuff like that, that was really nailing down the standards book. It was mostly being done for an audience that actually did have most of those popular tunes in their original form in recent memory, right? So you would be able to recognize like everything by Harold Arlen, Richard Rodgers, etc., like everything that was showing up in the film musicals of the day. And, oh, there's the flagpole. We missed the top. And Document, you have come out of lurking to talk about Ang Lee's Hulk. It's very true that it is a you know, very melancholy take on the character. I haven't seen it in a long time, by the way. I haven't seen it since within a few years of its release, I think. But I remember thinking historically that there was definitely a bit of whiplash to how it was kind of like the impetus for everything that the whole Marvel Studios project ever since has just tried not to be that, and tried rather too hard, I think. Okay, thank you, Meng, for that. I'm glad we made it to the end, even if we didn't see the route with the key coins, just because of that one that we missed over to B. And thank you for all the GGs as well. Okay, so here's what we're going to do in terms of order. And thank you, Hyperion Smokestack, for coming by for so long and going back to bed. Queue is currently closed, and we will be trying to get through everybody, which is a commitment I'm almost always able to keep up. Okay, so in terms of order, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do Brandon first, because Brandon, I believe, is still here and has checked in repeatedly and has been waiting a very long time. And then I'm going to pull Adam ahead a few spots because he got cut off out of the end of the queue yesterday, since I had to leave suddenly and unexpectedly before getting to his level. But we'll do Brandon first. I don't believe Rush69 is still here, so instead of Rush69, we'll pull in Adam, and then we'll go to the remaining submissions from Mail and Cypher after that. So that's the plan. I'm actually going to rearrange the queue right now to reflect that. So just one moment while I do some of this stuff in the back end. We'll just try to get that going, because I did promise Adam yesterday that we would give him a skip. So let me just do a bit of rearrangement, and then we will punch in Brandon's code. And also catch up on some of the messages in chat, including what Document was saying about Sad Hulk. The interesting thing about the Ang Lee take on Hulk is that I think most of the things that the film was trying to achieve were actually better executed 2 years later in the Peter Jackson remake of King Kong, which was in some ways a very similar project in terms of how they were trying to rehabilitate the character and to put a very empathetic spin on the character in an extremely extravagant context. So, but no, the Hulk film is one of the things that comes to mind for me when it comes to something that, like, from what I remember, is really deeply flawed in terms of what it was doing with some of the pacing, but is really something quite artistically unique. In a way that at least is trying, right? Like, I think I have a much bigger issue with films that are just kind of straightforwardly competent but totally forgettable. Here's fun and fancy-free with absolutely no clears yet from the 47 plays and 9 likes. 2 invisible blocks in the coin room, and a top coin activates the thwomp. I'm not going to remember that. But we'll see how much of it we can recover as we go along. Okay, let's yeah, and that's a fair point. That it, you know, it's certainly many things, but the Ang Lee film is not something that we would describe as fun necessarily. I think it's far from his best work. Just to be absolutely clear, I think Ang Lee's best film by a very, very long shot is actually Lust Caution, which I think is one of the great spy films of the 2010s. What am I even doing here? I see a whole bunch of keys. I see a whole bunch of Koopalings. We do have a key coin door over here. That seems to suggest that eventually we'll want 5 keys. Like I said, I'm not going to remember what the intro text is telling me. Yeah, this room here is telling me 5 keys. I think the idea is that we need 5 keys, as far as I understand this. Not just 5 coins. And, okay, up we go. And to answer what you were saying earlier, Mil64, about Attack of the Clones, yes, even Attack of the Clones. Which I think in some ways is the hardest one to sit through for a couple of reasons, but it's kind of funny because it's actually clearly the largest aesthetic influence by far on the state of how current Star Wars is kind of developing in the animated series. And, you know, I think that there's a lot of material in that for which it really deserves a lot of credit. I mean, obviously a lot of people kind of have trouble with the clunkiness of some of the melodrama in it. But I feel like that's sort of reading it against its strengths in some ways. That there's something actually very particular about Attack of the Clones that occurred to me recently. So you know that George Lucas does have a habit of thinking about things like location scouting in a way that is a tribute to a lot of other cinema. So one of the examples of that would be the way that the Naboo Palace scenes in the exteriors in Attack of the Clones are filmed at the Plaza España in Seville, in Spain, which of course were famously the locations that were used for the Cairo headquarters in Lawrence of Arabia. So that's just one example that, you know, he's always kind of thinking sort of in meta film terms when it comes to locations. And I recently realized that the sort of Naboo lake romance scenes that were shot in Lake Como for Attack of the Clones are actually the exact scenes that the exact sets, or rather locations, rather, that were used in the classic Ingrid Bergman film Gaslight. And I'm thinking about that and thinking that, you know, George Lucas is like from a very cinematically literate background, especially in a lot of the classics, and that's almost certainly no coincidence. That's there would be that kind of stuff going on. Like I always sort of pick out stuff like that about what's going on with Lucas, because he's fundamentally somebody who was already a retro filmmaker in the 1970s, which I think is something that people often forget when they sort of evaluate him through a modern lens. That two audiences watching Star Wars in 77 or Raiders of the Lost Ark back in 81, or for that matter, American Graffiti rather, back in 73. Everybody who was watching a George Lucas film at that time, unless they were children, of course, would have been able to recognize that he was already consciously going for a sort of a retro meta film aesthetic. And I think that really conditions a lot of that original perspective on the films in a way that is starting to get a little bit lost in modern audiences, for whom Star Wars is kind of the foundation of cinema rather than a response to a series of classics that had already come before it and had been established. And yeah, I do think that one thing that you really see encumber the prequels, for sure, is the way that dialogue is being shot, around the fact that there's so much green screen work going on. It's really noticeable in The Phantom Menace, I think, that one of the things that feels most clunky about The Phantom Menace is the fact that you can tell that the composition rather, of scenes where characters are just talking to each other really kind of suffer from the fact that there really isn't much dynamism to them at all, just from the way that the green screen sets were constraining everything else. And it was something that you could see was visibly a source of frustration for the actors themselves. I think that is something that they gradually correct for as they eventually get to Revenge of the Sith, but there was a very similar issue in Attack of the Clones, where because of the switch to shooting entirely in digital, they were suddenly working with cameras that were kind of tethered down again, as I recall. That I don't remember which cameras they were using for that, because that's not really my specialty. I don't know cinematography that well from a technical side, I just stare at the results. But, yeah, still thinking about whether we need 5 keys here, 5 key coins. I think it is 5 keys if you look at the 2 buildings on either side. Keep in mind I can spin jump off the walls. Yeah, that's a good point. And yeah, Adam was definitely thinking about THX 1138 as well. It's funny because when I see levels that say THX at the end, I just sort of have this habit of reading them as THX 1138. And the one time that I didn't do that a few days ago was when I was playing somebody's Star Wars music level. Like, I looked over my VOD of that afterwards. I was playing a Clone Wars level by Skelthane, who is a really talented music maker. And had this Star Wars level that had this Imperial Scout Walker that was very beautifully designed in the using a combination of tracks and P-blocks. And at the end of that, there was a THX at the end of the level, and I didn't even notice until afterwards. Yeah, Mel, I actually find that the weakest part of Attack of the Clones for me is that the whole kind of big Jedi battle extravaganza in the late scenes in Geonosis. Like, that stuff I think is actually the weakest material in it. Because I found that I mean, in general, I find that the action choreography in the prequels is excellent. I think it looks even more excellent in retrospect now, when, frankly, action choreography in the Hollywood blockbuster has been in a disastrous state. In terms of both choreography and editing, I would say. That fight editing is something that is just a lost art nowadays. But that one sequence in Attack of the Clones that really did not play to that strength at all was when they just decided to pop everybody in the arena. I felt like that, you know, was something that really it started to wear a bit thin. No, but there's a lot about Attack of the Clones that I actually admire very much. Because it's easy to take a film like that and just look at the things that are, you know, very clear kind of formal deficiencies in a way, in terms of things that you can see how it could have been made better from a directorial perspective, or you know, things that you would have done differently if you were the armchair critic in charge of the production. But I think, you know, I was watching Mandalorian earlier this year. It was only this year that I started catching up with a lot of televised Star Wars, and I will tell you that by far the most impactful thing in The Mandalorian was that the sonic charge that is dropped out of Boba Fett's ship that is really one of the oft-forgotten elements of the Attack of the Clones, which is just one of the great moments in Attack of the Clones that, you know, just suddenly made this comeback all of a sudden. Like, that was... That specific thing, I will tell you, was actually the highlight of The Mandalorian in my books. And yeah, Adam, how serendipitous to get THX at the end of your Star Wars level. I mean, even more serendipitous if I had noticed at the time. But anyway, like I said, I can talk your ear off about Star Wars all day. It's one thing that I'm kind of opinionated about in a way that's always been very heterodox, and in a way that it's one of those subjects where I've just basically, you know, given up on sort of engaging with any kind of community with it for a long time, because whether people agree or disagree, I find that people are very set in their ways when it comes to the things that they either praise or complain about, and so there's really... It's really been a long time since there was any discussion to be had, in spite of all the change in perspective that has come with the Disney Star Wars projects, kind of getting people to evaluate the state of the series. Adam, I meant that the maker did put THX to save thanks at the end of the level. I'm pretty sure I have encountered level codes that have combinations like THX in it, but not so much. So Brandon, I'm not going to be sticking with this for too much further, I think. I've just been crashing against the early coins here, trying to make something stick, and also looking at this to see what's going to come out ahead. But thank you for showing me this anyway, Brandon. We'll be satisfied with the fact that I did have one attempt where I managed to get to the 5 key coins, but you know, the actual projectile dodging here is okay. It's more that there's a lot of visual information to be processing here in terms of... Like, I know that the arrows are probably supposed to signify something like, look up here and a thwomp is going to come down, but the effect of it is that if you have too much indication, it's almost like there's no indication, where the visual noise is likely to just add confusion. The projectile dodging is actually fine, despite how many Koopalings you have on the board. Although I think it could use a scroll stop to just make things lock into position. Because everything here is just one screen wide anyway. There's no reason why it should scroll a few spaces to the right, I think. It's actually a much more playable layout if you do have it completely constrained along a single vertical column. So that would be what I would comment about that. So yeah, we'll probably just ditch this for the moment. So. But I'm glad I did manage to get through the 5 coins, and we did see... Yeah, let me just read the text again. We did see the 2 invisible blocks in the coin room. Top coin activates the thwomp. Yeah, we actually did manage to figure that out independently, which is nice. Even if the swamp does kind of come from out of view. It was one thing where if we were able to get up there to begin with, we were able to collect 5 coins. I think the 5 next to key thing did make it a bit unclear as to whether the objective is 5 coins or 5 keys, given that you do have the 5 keys that are next to the Koopalings. But as we can see, there's quite a lot more to this layout that we were nowhere close to seeing just yet. A total of over 5 minutes on a clear check, so... hopefully you'll see somebody get much further with that than I did. But in the meantime, thank you for fun and fancy-free. And yeah, Atom, I was actually just thinking about that new sort of stagecraft system earlier today. I haven't looked into it very deeply, but I know what it is, and how they're managing to really blend everything well into what looks like location shooting and lighting in the scale of a TV studio production. Pretty interesting stuff. And Mail64, you're perfectly welcome to rant about Metroid Other M. I was not nearly as offended by it as a lot of people were, I think. I remember thinking around 2010 when people were getting really upset about Other M that, you know, I played it to 100%. I have structural issues with it, especially in terms of how the, you know, powerbomb gating is all post-credit and little things like that, but... And of course nobody likes the cutscenes, but... I remember thinking at the time that, okay, I played it to 100%, and I'd probably do it again if really asked me to. I mean, you know, looking at it in a rear view mirror when Metroid has otherwise started to be revived, it's a blip in the series, but I don't feel like it's one of those things that deserves to be this, like, generational trauma, which is how some Nintendo players tend to treat it. Anyway, Atom, let's take a look at Super Cloud Runner 20 seconds, since we kind of accidentally or inadvertently cut this off from the queue yesterday. And then we'll get to the remaining submissions after that. So, feel the rhythm, full jump, and hold at the ice blocks. And yeah, Mel64, there are definitely some map structure issues, I think, with Other M. I remember thinking that one of the biggest disappointments I had with it, other than the pixel hunts, which were absurdly bad, was that it really didn't take advantage at all of being in 3D when it came to map design. Oh, nope. Sorry, I should actually follow the trail here. And that it doesn't take long at all to get to the point in Other M where you realize that everything is basically just a flat 2D map, except from a top-down perspective rather than from a side-scrolling perspective. And that's... It's not only just a top-down 2D map, but it's one that has none of the interconnectivity that you would associate with 2D Metroid, such that I think that's what kind of contributes to that sense of linearity that people get from it. Whoops. Interesting pipe placement, given that the 20-second time limit is going to constrain us a bit here. I don't know what that's all about, but let's pay attention here. Spin jump. And then we'll grab the POW over here, reverse, and miss. Yeah, I feel like I was just a little bit slow on that rebound from... grabbing that POW there at the end. Yeah, no. It's very clear to me that my spacing is just off there. And then, yeah, we're supposed to spin jump, and then we take the back and forth in the springs on the way up. Yeah, I'm not going to come out and say that Other M was a, particularly good game or anything. I think it's really quite inessential, but at the same time, I do think it's sort of unfortunate that it killed the near-term prospect of third-person 3D Metroid, continuing in a very similar vein, because one thing that it really did capture in 3D, in quasi-3D, that the Prime series didn't, is that sort of sense of agility as you progress with Samus's moveset throughout the game, and so I feel like I'm still not quite getting this timing down properly, that maybe I'm supposed to... No, I am definitely supposed to keep the POW, but something about my timing or my spacing there is a little bit off in terms of being able to get back on top of the munchers. It may be that I'm jumping into the sideways trampolines a little bit too early, and not really heading up very cleanly. Yeah, because I'm supposed to go up at the ice block, and I'm clearly jumping too soon before I actually get there. Supernova, with a star you go 33% faster than normal. I didn't know that that was the exact number, actually. Yeah, as you can see, we need to jump at the ice blocks, and I'm consistently going too early on each of those steps. Actually, Supernova, those would specifically be a rational number. Repeating, of course. Whoops. But yeah, I think the concept of an agile 3D third-person Metroid is something that was fundamentally sound. I think that, it was even theoretically doable with the simplified quasi-2D sideways Wiimote controls that they had going on. Like, that's something that you can actually design around in a way that would still work in a 2.5D environment. I don't think Other M quite managed to do that. But I think that's one of the things that's sort of unfortunate about it, is that you can definitely see the squandered potential of having that cut off as a direction for the series. Although I'm very glad for my part that we are getting Dread in the form that we are. I think there was definitely a strong implication from what Sakamoto was saying about the twice-cancelled development of Dread that, despite some denials at the time, Other M looked like it was probably a pilot project for, exploring one possible future direction for the series, as well as Team Ninja as a partner for the series, and whoops, missed a spin jump. Because at that point they were already past the first cancellation. That was also around a time that, if you know about the scrapped next level games designs that were done for Metroid before they were moved on to Luigi's Mansion 2, that was something that kind of lines up with the development and aftermath of Other M, around the time that Next Level had finished up with Punch-Out. Would have been around 2009. That they were clearly doing something at the time where, like, if you kind of connect the dots, it's plausible to imagine that Dread was something that was kind of kept in the cards as a potential direction that they could go in if Other M had actually succeeded in the way that they wanted. And then when that didn't happen, it looked like they were, kind of evaluating some pitches internally, like whatever it was Next Level was working on. And none of that just came together until they found Mercury Steam, but that sort of early 2000s drought in the Metroid series was undoubtedly part of that story, development-wise. Okay, okay, just poor reaction time there on that ice block. We're very close to goal, though. Meng, fun fact, a Muncher is 0 times the speed of a Goomba. Yeah, I have to put that in the technical guide for sure. In case somebody breaks the game with a divide by zero error and gets into all kinds of trouble with Nintendo. But yeah, definitely the whole sideways Wiimote concept I thought was done better in the first place in Super Paper Mario, which of course was much less action intensive. One thing I really miss about the Wii, actually, is that you would have a lot of games that were still designed with one-handed controls in mind. And I feel like a lot of Switch games are missing out on that opportunity in the same way that a lot of Switch games are also underusing the touchscreen as an alternative input method for people who play in handheld. That you would have a lot of things that are built to support a single Joy-Con, but not supporting a single Joy-Con in the vertical layout that would allow you to do one-handed play. And I think from an interface design perspective, that's something that's sorely lacking. Given that the one-handed design on the Wii actually opened up a lot of possibilities. Oops. And here we go. And I'm talking just about, even basic menu stuff when it comes to touch control. Mario Maker doesn't have that problem, of course, given that Mario Maker is kind of a compromise with a touch-based design in the first place. But there's no reason why the menus in Smash, for instance, can't support touch, given that they have these huge bubbly icons like everything that was designed by Sakurai's wife. Which kind of peaked with the menu design in Meteos for the DS, if any of you ever played that. Oops. But yeah, just, basic stuff like that should really be intuitive is not nearly implemented enough. Okay, let's through here. Let's not jump early. Nope. I love the pig placement at the end if you missed a spin jump and do a standard jump instead. That is actually very, very well placed. Nice little anti-reward in a way for playing like me and not following instructions and not reading markers. Whoops. I feel like I've been catered to as a player. Yeah, despite having spent significantly more time in Maker 2 than in Maker 1, I am still not used to the L and R button mapping for the copy and erase functions in this game. I think it was something that Steve's YouTube channel had recently complained about as well, but it's also something that I've felt since the very beginning of Maker 2, that especially coming in very early in the game and having switched over with Maker 1 in very recent memory, I just never ever developed proper muscle memory for copy, erase, and multi-grab. To this day, I still miss inputs with that when I'm messing around in the editor. Forget when erase is still on, or anything like that. But yeah, Mail64, it's actually very true that I definitely felt like the Wii library for me dropped off substantially around that same time, in 2008. I remember playing the port of Okami in 2008, and that being a major experience of the Wii on that year for me. But then afterwards, it was really down to 1 game a year, maybe 2. You know, NSMB Wii the next year after that. Donkey Kong Country. Oh, plus Galaxy 2, I guess. Like 2010 was not too bad. Even it was the year of Other M. Because you would have DKC Returns, you would have Galaxy 2 being a big highlight. But yeah, you would definitely have, you know, the first-party lineup, for instance, really being reduced to 1 big game a year. And I feel like, you know, first-party wise, we have been in a bit of a drought season for obvious reasons, but that, in retrospect, when people look back at the Switch as a system that is well in the past, the original first-party library, relying so heavily on the Wii U ports, is something that's going to stick out when people discuss the legacy of the system, I think. Even if a lot of those Wii U titles did deservedly reach a much larger audience and absolutely needed those ports, I think. I'm really glad that things like Tropical Freeze and 3D World got the second chance that they deserved all along. Tropical Freeze in particular. And I don't think they're finished with that. Like, there's some stuff that should naturally carry over to the Switch, like NES Remix, for instance. And yeah, Pikmin 3 was wonderful. Like, I felt like 2013, 2014 were actually excellent for people who were playing first-party Nintendo. I mean, people make fun of the year of Luigi and all that, but I had an absolute blast. I was overstuffed with software back in 2013, 2014. On both the Wii U and 3DS, I would say. So thank you for that, Adam. I'm glad we managed to squeeze that in. Sure, yeah, I remember when people thought Ultimate was going to be a port of Smash for the Wii U, yeah. I think even after Ultimate was announced, just given that a lot of the character designs and movesets were ported over directly as a bit of an incremental sequel, just for logistical reasons, a lot of people were still sort of under that belief. In the same way that they were with Splatoon 2, in a way. Even though Splatoon 2 was actually written from the ground up in a new engine, and had new loadouts and powers right from the start. Raj has been gone for a while. I think we'll wait a couple seconds for a check-in, but I think they're long, long gone. So we will finish with Mail and Cypher, who both have been waiting very, very patiently. Year of the Luigi Death Stare. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. In the meantime, I am going to catch up a little bit on the chat. I did miss a couple of things, I think. We were discussing the library. And yeah, the Kid Icarus menu as well. I feel like Meteos was definitely the high point, though. But in general, I think Meteos is something that isn't discussed often enough as being one of the crowning achievements of Sakurai's career. It is just an absolutely exquisite game. It's almost too bad. Well, it is too bad that it never really kind of caught on in the long run in the way that Tetris did. Because in many ways, it is the best thing in that category since Tetris. So we're going to look at Crashed Galleon by Mill64, which has 2 different bosses at 3 critical paths. Careful what you find in the deep. This one is not the part of the super world that you're building. Oh, I like how it's kind of crashed against the ice here, what we can see. Okay, so we'll be swimming. I'm just sort of thinking about whether it would be possible to fit in here and hit the up pipe input without being crushed as Small Mario, but I don't think so. I think you do get instantly crushed. Anyway, back to Aesthetic Adventures here. Hit the on switch, and what happens? Something comes out of the pipe. This also opens up to the right side here. Once you turn the lights off, of course, and have the fish light your way as cheaply as they usually do. Very cheap lighting fixture. Okay, the POW block is down there. The POW block is going to get you past the Muncher. Once we, of course, watch this pattern here, that's... Yeah, okay, so you do need to follow it down in a bit of a zigzag pattern. That's how it's going to go. Also, the fact that we release all those Cheep Cheeps is going to just crowd out the claws. We need to drop everything out of the claws as we go to... Okay, need to do that a lot faster than what we've been doing. Well, the thing about this design, actually, when it comes to coming into the pipe initially, there's no particular reason why it has to be a one-way, I think. Unless there's something that you don't want the player to reset coming out of this section. Like, I don't really see the harm in just making that a two-way pipe, to be honest. Since it's not like there's much you can do in the opening zone. I know this is an older level and that you're not changing it or anything, but just commenting on it for future purposes. This was from, what, May 2020? Okay, there was a P-switch interaction that I did not really catch on to. I don't know what activated it or what it did. So we'll have to wait for this. You have to take damage here, unfortunately. Yeah, not sure how I feel about doing that. Oh, no. The saw blade actually goes down here to the bottom of the track. We could have just stayed in the middle and let it pass. I didn't realize that because, of course, we turned out all the lights before reading that obstacle accurately. And, okay, up we go. There is a key coin, one of the 3 key coins that is next to the Muncher once we activate a POW. On-off switch is going to drop everything out here. We'll leave it on for the moment because that's going to prevent additional Cheeps from spawning along the claws once we drop these ones. Yeah, because if we were in the off state, then they would continue spawning from the pipes, and we do not want that. Okay, we can in fact drop a lot of these gently. Whoops. Maybe dropping a little too far there. You wanted the aesthetic of water coming out of the pipe. Okay, I see. I mean, there is that splurge effect for that. Of the level just releasing all of its spittle at you at once. Whoops, no, let's not do that. Let's the whole thing loop around on the bottom. And gradually make our way across. I wonder if that's a progressive power-up, giving you a fire flower or something to deal with some of the Cheeps. I feel like it might be. We'll reactivate this, just so we don't have to deal with quite as much. And head back down. Okay, so... yeah, Yeah, we'll drop a few of these at a time. We do eventually need to make it back across as well, of course, given how all of them have been captured. But we'll get rid of the Muncher, and no, we'll just take the damage boost and go, go, go. Then we'll go back and grab that key coin. Very carefully. I think leaving the on-off switch as is may be fine, yeah. And we'll leave the lights on. You're nearly always using progressive power-ups. Yeah, that's, of course, as we've discussed many times before, very much an often overlooked traditional Nintendo principle that they adhere to more strictly than people tend to realize. Okay, we really have to read what's going on with the tracks here. It occurs to me that we could have come here with either the on state or the off state when it comes to the switches. And that this would have differed quite a bit if we had come here with everything set to off. Let's hit a checkpoint. Hey, Cape Feather. Naturally, I'm going to check if there's anything that's whippable over here. Seems not. Hitting the P-switch will allow me to come up through here. I see that, of course, there's some locking potential from just dumping the P-switch if you were really incautious. Wiggler, okay. We'll come through here instead of activating the snake blocks, and we'll grab that for the eventual key. And over we go. Well, we've got a key. I didn't really see where the key door was going to be. I didn't read the snake block segment to the left either. Key door is over here. Okay, great. And we can, in fact, fly up with the cape if we want, but I want to check the key door first, I think. Yoshi. Alright, there's a little treat there. Red Yoshi, of course, is not going to be able to hit the P-switch, so what we'll do instead is we'll hit the P-switch now and then progress with Red Yoshi just to see if anything happens. Nothing happens. Interestingly enough, yeah, I guess you do have to get the key coins in order to progress to this room. You can't just come here by some alternate entrance and then speed through the key gate at the end. The keys are going to be appearing in sequence. So we'll just burn Bowser Jr. alive underwater, which totally makes tons of physical sense. Yeah, just going to continue here. Would probably be more efficient about this if we just took the cape and whipped him. But that's okay, we'll just pelt him instead. See if the clown car is going to hit anything around here. I don't think so. What I'm seeing. Interesting, this POW block placement I think is just for light. So yeah, that was the secret boss, I guess. I can see where some of the alternative pathways are supposed to be when it comes to a cape flight out of that checkpoint segment that we saw earlier. A couple of alternative exits here. I guess there was no possibility that we could have just dropped a POW in here, perhaps. Yeah, I guess this is just a standard route going left to right. This is just exit 2 of 3. And we'll take the win. Yeah, thank you, Mil64. Given the length of the stream so far, I think I will probably hold off on exploring the alternate pathways until a later resubmission. But let me just check if Zypher is here for our closer. And we'll probably move straight on to Zypher's level since he's been waiting for quite some time. Now, Zypher, of course, is also somebody who is a fellow Mario Maker and generally a platformer streamer. And haven't played your levels in a long time, actually, so let's take a look and have fun. I might be the first to take that path. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't feel like it was particularly occluded. But here's Midnight Platforms, inspired by Momo and Kamez, a platforming level using the night theme. Very new upload. Looking forward to it. Some night theme shenanigans coming our way. Former world record is like 4 minutes longer. Yeah, considering that I wasn't exactly rushing through that. Feels like the path selection made a huge difference. Okay, so P-switch over here is just for the lighting system, I think. Cow block over here is going to be required to proceed. So we'll just smack that. And the visibility here is actually quite good. I like the use of this ghost here. Okay. And, you know, for a dark level, this is something that is literally very playable blind. Here's the save station. And what can we do here? Oh, look at that face. Of course, we're going to check the doors. I think they're probably just matched. No, they're not. That's going to be a preview of what is to come. It is going to be a boom boom that you jump over in order to get over to Koopa Shell, followed by a vine climb. So that's just a preview screen by the looks of it. I think the two doors are probably matched to the doors that we saw up here, yeah. Okay. Of course, I'm going to just run around here. No reason whatsoever. And yeah, that's just a preview of the screen that's coming immediately after. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I thought I was going to reach for the vine directly. I didn't think about the Koopa, the unshelled Koopa bounce that was going to happen there. Probably because I'd seen the vine spawn in the previous screen earlier, and I just sort of expected that to happen much sooner without bothering to read the level properly. Let's not pull back on a jump over Boom Boom. Let's go straight on ahead. And apparently I'm doing great. Well, I mean, the level is, like I was saying, for Dark level, really very readable in terms of how much lead time you have to see some of the temporary obstacles, like the flimsy lifts that are coming, so I think that's something that's just naturally challenging to design around when it comes to dark layouts. Let's not overshoot. Overcompensating there now. Just need to bounce on top of Boom Boom and go all the way to the right. Really lowering that 20% clear rate already, I think. Just from carelessness. But up we go. And yeah, it looks like we have another falling platform. You can just kind of see the edge of it right here. You can also see what's going on with the on-off switches down below. So if I do this, I can just light everything up. Obviously, I would need things on the on states to be going any further here, so... Yeah, the one thing is that often I'm thinking about whether something is going to be an interactable element or part of the lighting system. It's usually fairly clear, though, with things like the P-switches hanging over the red blocks, that those are not actually going to be touchable. Down we go. Okay. And that's the level. And that's a pulsating heart is going to drop coins on us at the end. Very appropriately so, yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah, just given the likes on this so far and the quality of the level itself, certainly hope this is going to take off a bit. I think it has a good chance of getting a nice, decent run of plays in week 1. Thank you for that, Cypher, and thank you for dropping by. And for all the GGs from chat. Yeah, something that's sort of 20%-ish. I mean, I guess currently the clear rate would probably be biased towards people that you've sent it to. And we would expect that to go down, naturally, but the ratio looks pretty good right now in terms of this getting a bit of mileage, so thank you so much for the cheers. And for everybody who submitted today, I am going to be cutting off soon. Mail64, to answer that question, if it's anything like... thank you for the follow, by the way. If it's anything like how it worked in Maker 1, the percentage clear rate is actually not what is used for the formula that determines whether something is going to be classified as easy, normal, etc. It's actually the ratio that is depending on the footprints, like on the individual players, because I know that people experimented with this back in Maker 1 by trying to intentionally take lots and lots of deaths to tank the difficulty classification. And it doesn't actually work that way. Like, you see a little bit of fluctuation between expert and super expert, or expert and normal in certain clear percentage ranges, because it does depend heavily on whether people are bothering to reattempt the level. I don't know exactly what the formula is in Maker 2. I don't know if what I said was correct, but I do know that it's not just strictly correlated with clear rate, for sure. So we'll mark that as a win. I believe that is going to be... in Maker 1, it was definitely percentage for a unique player, I think. I believe that was something that was discovered. In Maker 2, I feel like it was something similar, but I can't say that for sure without checking it first. But anyway, thank you everybody for dropping by today and sitting through the stream, and especially for the makers who were very patient about sitting around all day. And thank you, Cypher, so much for the gift sub to Supernova. Supernova is kind of hanging out with us here all the time, but it's always nice to give him a bit of a sub skip in the queue so we can see what kind of shenanigans he's been up to week to week, especially given how productive Supernova has been as a level maker within the last few months. So we'll look around and send you off to a raid fairly shortly, but before I do that, let me tell you about what the plans will be for the following week. We will be back with viewer levels on the usual time slot next weekend, Friday to Saturday, Saturday to Sunday. We'll also have Scrabble Club midweek, as we usually do, but this week we're also going to start something new, in that we have a whole bunch of indie games that I picked up on the eShop lined up for the next 2 weeks or so. This is the announced lineup. I haven't specified the order that we'll be doing these in just yet, but it's just going to depend on how long we take with these day to day. They are meant to be selections that are short, and which we can do in 1 or 2 streams, I think, depending on whether we can solve the puzzles quickly. So, hope we can see some of you around for that if you're curious about sort of mix of puzzles and platformers and things that may, in general, be of interest to makers as well. And in the meantime, all of you have a good evening and a good night or morning or whatever it is in your respective time zone. Stick around for the raid in just a moment. And apart from all that, thanks for watching. Fare thee well.